Tournament in 2017, there were, I believe, was 12 players who finished under par in that entire tournament, and this course, one of the longest of any major championship golf course. Bit of a false front there in the front of that green as it trickles back towards the front left side, but Matthew Fitzpatrick will have a long birdie putt coming up.
Yeah, this whole green complex here at the 10th really moves from right to left fairly aggressively. You can see that pin location there, 13 paces on and 6 off the right hand side, and also to that little spine that I was referencing when Jon Rahm was hitting his second shot. It will feed down into that right collection area on the left side of your screen, or over there to the far right hand side. So Jon Rahm in that bunker will have plenty of green to work with, but a green that slopes and tilts quite considerably from his left to right.
Patrick Cantlay very close on that layup. Within 50-60 yards, it looks like Joanna, but he's got an opportunity here to be the closest man to the pin with Rahm in the bunker and Fitzpatrick not the greatest approach.
Yeah, Cantlay has a little draw lie, ball above his feet. This pin is on a little right to left slope, so he's gonna have to start this just right of the flag if he wants to get this one close.
Yeah, just 92 yards. It really would require something with a little bit of off speed here. Control that spin.
And that'll trickle back to where Fitzpatrick's ball is lying.
Yeah, there's a little shelf right up here. About 2 paces, 3 paces right there where Jon Rahm is standing, and Patrick Cantlay would have been forced there. Take a 60-degree lob wedge and just couldn't quite control the spin. So much of this golf course is about hitting to the right shelves, the right locations, and also, of course, hitting the right shot at the right moment.
Justin Thomas, of course, the winner in 2017 at the PGA Championship here. He's the only player that week who was under par for the tournament on par 3s and par 4s. So, Colin, to your point, just shows you how important these par 5s are to make your score, to gain shots on the field. Rahm right now, he went for the green in 2, the only member of our group to do so, but it's got an awkward lie here in this bunker, Joanna.
Yes, little downhill lie. See how he kept his knee flexed through the shot. Love that. Wow, came out with some nice spin. So, you know, the bunkers are still a little wet. They're going to spin it out of it, but surprised that didn't release a little bit more out of a downhill lie.
Yeah, you can see there Jon Rahm's reaction says it all. He was also, too, a little bit surprised. You could see he tried to hit down on that one, chase it back to that pin location, but when you do that, of course, you increase that angle of attack, create a little bit more friction, and that's one reason it came up considerably short.
I believe it'll be Fitzpatrick away, and Colin, you look at Fitzpatrick's numbers and you know what has declined over the past couple of years as he has struggled, and putting is one of them. You look at his strokes gained ranks amongst PGA Tour members. In 2022, when he won that U.S. Open, he was 11th on tour in strokes gained putting. This year, he's 143rd.
And when you go through and you look at those strokes gained categories, it just reeks of someone that is completely out of form in every aspect of his game. I've seen him out on the tour a number of times throughout this year. I saw him at the Players Championship, and he was searching and searching hard. And obviously, you know, that split up between him and Billy Foster now with Dan Parrott on the bag, you know, that also sort of says, hey, I'm looking for that spark, something to sort of re-energize himself. And he's a hard worker, diligent worker, so he'll find himself some form here sooner or later.
Oh, that's good form. about Matthew Fitzpatrick, the much maligned putting this season? And he turns in a 4 here at the par 5 10th.
He saw pretty much every aspect of Quail Hollow down his first of the day, but manages to make up for it on the putting surface. That club there can make up for all sorts of mistakes, but 4 is circle and a great start for Fitzpatrick.
Joanna, it looked like where Patrick Cantlay's ball landed was just inside Fitzpatrick. So do they have a similar line?
Yes, uphill, left to right. He should have got a good look from Matthew Fitzpatrick.
We're going to see that a lot today, using that proprioceptiveness through his feet, that little characteristic shuffle, make himself feel comfortable. And these greens early this morning, Eric, looked like they're carrying a little bit of heat as well.
Yeah, absolutely. All these golf courses now, Colin, have those, for lack of a better term, venting and air conditioning systems underneath them, and no matter how much it rains, the conditions always seem to be perfect.
It's amazing what they could do now to bring a golf course around and back to life. Over 4 inches of rain fell through Wednesday, and they are absolutely perfect here now with Rahm.
Rahm has a birdie look here, Joanna.
Yep, slow again, little left to right.
Such an explosive player, momentum player. This would go a long way.
Just misses on the low side, so it'll be a tap-in par for Rahm, who was the only one of our players to go for this green in 2. His approach shot found the bunker, and a 2-putt 5 for Jon Rahm here to open his PGA Championship. 9th appearance of his career at this major. And Cantlay is in for his 5, so 2 pars and a birdie in our featured group. We move to hole number 11, par 4, the second hole for our group today, and take a look at the flyover of this dogleg left, Colin.
Yeah, it's a gorgeous sweeping dogleg from right to left. A lot of these players will want to challenge the 2 of those bunkers down the left-hand side there. You can see 300 to carry the right corner of that. Now, once you turn the corner, it's back up to a semi-blind second shot, and also to a green complex that slopes from front to back, and then right through the middle section, right where that pin is located today. It actually crowns and then starts to slope from front to back, and can really make it a difficult pin location to get to. Gorgeous hole. It was ranked as the 11th most difficult back in 2017. Scoring average just a shade over 4.1.
Fitzpatrick on the tee first after the birdie, Joanna.
Another one leaking right. It's going to find some tree trouble in the rough. Oh,
yeah, we
and
could
it
hear
kicked backwards and to the right. So definitely in the rough, and will be a long second shot.
A long second shot too, with a little bit of tree trouble, trying to get it out of that thick rough.
Rahm, who finished T58 at the PGA Championship here in 2017.
This one might catch the right rough. Yep, straight through the fairway. Tough hole for Rahm, who likes to hit a fade. This is definitely a draw hole.
And we got our eyes on it now, sitting in the pine straw there on the right-hand side. We're going to have to wait until Joanna gets up there to see if he'll have any difficulty trying to get it up towards the front or even possibly onto the green. And that's what we were talking about, Eric. These holes, they all require a certain shape and a certain try. Cantlay also, too, one of those guys that likes to move it just a whisker from left to right. So he'll be challenging those two bunkers down the left, you can see.
This is heading towards the second bunker on the left.
Challenged him all right, Colin. He went right at those bunkers down the left side. It might be a second fairway bunker in 2 holes for Patrick Cantlay, who found a bunker off the tee on the 10th hole as well. We'll be seeing where those shots ended up when we return. Hit the green at the PGA Championship with ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Start off the tournament with $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with the promo code BIRDIE to get started today. And we have hole-by-hole odds for our featured groups. If you want to follow along with us all day and place your wagers on Jon Rahm, Patrick Cantlay, and Matt Fitzpatrick, head-to-head odds, tournament odds. Neither 3 of these golfers, Colin, really wound up in a good spot. Fitzpatrick hit the tree. He only went 258 yards off the tee. Cantlay is, in fact, in that second bunker, and Rahm is underneath the tree down the right side. And Fitzpatrick, Joanna, is way back there.
He is way back there, but he actually drew a pretty good line this rough. He does have some tree trouble, but he can advance this, hit a low scooter, hard low scooter, and get it pretty close to the green. He got a little lucky with how it bounded backwards and gave him a little line here.
And we're getting a great view of it right now. Exactly that tree that you referenced between him and the hole location. So difficult too when the rough is thick. It's a little wet, a little dewy. You can see the footprints there in the rough there. Makes it difficult to hit it low enough, but still get enough club on it to get it to the green. And with this pin location today sort of right up on top of that crest, I would almost think that something a little long here wouldn't be a bad miss, Joanna.
I would agree. If he can get that going towards the TV tower and advance as far as he can, that'd probably be your best bet for up and in.
With his new caddy, Dan Parrott, has a fairway medal in his hand. 223 yards to the hole, but he's got some wind in his face, Joanna. Looks like 7-8 miles an hour coming back at him. So you got the wind and you got the rough, and playing much longer, it seems, than that 223.
Yes, it's just a wet lie. It's just going to come out kind of heavy, but at least it's sitting a little bit on top of the grass. So he should be able to get a club on the back of the ball.
Well, he's got lumber out at the moment. He's one of those players that pretty much calculates every shot that he hits. Works with Eduardo Molinari on his statistics. Breaks down every aspect of his game. So you'll know what the best option here is. It's just a matter of execution. Look at how thick that is, but you can see a lot of that ball, as you said, Joanna.
He moves quickly. The group just got off the green and he's hitting, and wow. Okay, he did exactly what we thought. He just banged a fairway metal past the pin. I don't know if he went over the green, but that was well done.
Well, that
Sliding
thing
on
is
the back
still
of the
rolling.
green.
I tell you what a fantastic view there from beyond the green. You can see the crown where that pin is located right up on top, and then just how much it slopes to the back section of this green as these greens start to dry out throughout the week, and hopefully that rain stays away. We'll see them get even faster and firmer. Fingers crossed for that, though.
So Jon Rahm is here. He's going to have to hit a low fade. He has a nice lie out of the pine straw, but he's got a little helicopter finish in his practice swing, so he's going to try to move this left to right.
Yeah, so much of this shot is about the footing, trying to get really good solid footing. You don't want those feet slipping around at all.
Yep, that's cutting towards the middle of the green, scooting up. Well done.
You can hear Adam Hayes say they're great shot, buddy, and it was. Be a lengthy one, but he got himself out of trouble.
I think Jon Rahm said get lucky, and it did. That was a very nice shot out of the pine straw. Now Cantlay in the bunker once again.
Pretty standard lie. This is heading just right of it. Needs to go a little. He got a pretty good shot out of that.
That will come
That's
back.
going backwards.
All the way off the green there. It's the second shot he's hit in 2 holes where he hasn't been able to control his spin. The approach from the fairway back at the 10th, and now here at the 11th from the fairway bunker. That is the challenge around this golf course.
Get a chance to see a lot of different shots and learn a lot about these golfers and their swings, and what a group of analysts to do it. I'm so happy to be joined by Colin Swanton and Joanna Coe this week. I'm Eric Rothman. Joanna, of course, the PGA Director of Instruction at Marion Golf Club, and Colin, longtime coach working with Jason Day, now working with Carl Phillips, both in the field this week. And you won't be seeing us, but that's okay. Got our pictures that pop up there every once in a while. And we clean up pretty nice there, Colin.
Yeah, we do. Look at that. That'd be a nice little trio out for dinner somewhere. Maybe somewhere around Marion. Maybe play a game of golf. And
that's right. That's
go out for dinner.
Yeah, Colin and I's ulterior motive this week when we found out we were working with Joanna is like, how do we get into play Marion? How nice do we have to be to Joanna before she brings us to Marion?
How'd I know that was coming?
I'm very excited to be working with you both this week. We got a great group this morning. We'll be on the morning coverage all week long. One of 4 featured groups. You've also got the featured holes you can check out. Wall-to-wall PGA Championship coverage on ESPN Plus, and we can barely see the top of Patrick Cantlay's head from where he's positioned at the bottom of this false front green here, Joanna.
He doesn't have a ton of green to work with. He's going to have to hit it into a little bit of a backstop, and then after the hole it goes downhill. So he's going to have to get something into the backstop, kill it with a little bit of spin, hopefully judge the distance correct.
Just living in the sand this morning, Colin.
Joe LaCava is just burning him up right now. Already raking 3 bunkers. We're only through 1.5 holes. Great view there of exactly what Joanna was talking about, having to try and pitch this one maybe just a fraction left to the flagstick.
He went right of it.
Went a little right of it and just didn't have much spin and rolled out a little bit too far.
Now, that spin control that you've been talking about, Joanna, is that just a matter of the conditions, a little wetness on the ball, or is that something Cantlay's doing or not doing with his swing?
Well, of course, it depends on the lie. You know, a little bit of sand around it. He's not going to be able to spin it as much. But yeah, there's definitely some morning dew out here. So we're getting some big hops, some big skids in the beginning. We're going to see if that's going to check up a little bit later.
Yeah, these caddies, they really write down a whole bunch of information. They'll be writing down how far the ball flies, what it does when it hits the green, making notes, things like that, that they can then use for future holes.
Fitzpatrick, who hit the tree off the tee, had a long way to go with his second shot, over 223 yards. He's on the back fringe here, but not a bad position to be.
No, he can be aggressive with this one. It's all about pace.
Yeah, made a huge bomb for 4 back at his first of the day, the 10th. Just backing off there. Huge galleries out already. It's early morning, North Carolina.
Leaves that one a little short.
I don't know what kind of marker he's using, but that looked like a manhole cover. That thing was enormous.
Maybe it's a poker chip got it at the casino.
There we go. I like the way you're thinking, Joanna. It's not even 9 a.m. Joanna's thinking about the casino. That's right. Here we go. Rob looking for his first birdie of the round.
It's a little double breaker here.
Well done.
Beautiful. From the pine
Jon
straw.
Rahm on that approach shot, he was telling himself, Colin, get lucky. Got lucky enough to give himself an opportunity at a birdie on a par 4 here at Quail Hollow Club, which is not easy to do.
No, and I think also too it's a great time and space to make that, you know, very gettable pin location today at the 12th also. So very timely. We've seen a couple of birdies already from our featured group. Fitzpatrick with an unlikely one back at the first of the day, the 10th, and then Rahm with a long bomb here at 11. Now Cantlay to try and save his par.
A lot of left to right movement to it. Patrick Cantlay will drop a shot here at the 11th hole, the second hole for our group today.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed in that one, Eric, to be fair. You know, drove it left in that bunker. Good clean lie, as Joanna mentioned. Just not able to control his spin, and unfortunately spends one. Bogeys don't hurt you, though, in major championships. It's the doubles, the double boxes that really hurt.
It can't feel good, though, when you watch your playing partner hit a long birdie putt like that, and then you come up and whimper with a bogey.
Very true, and what a great view this is down low for Matt Fitzpatrick. Just looks like it's going to come just a touch from his left to right.
One catches the right side of the hole and lips in. So birdie par start for Matthew Fitzpatrick, but has yet to hit a fairway so far. And just a reminder that you can follow 4 different feature groups and holes on ESPN Plus. Watch your favorite players from tee to green on all 18 holes. You got Koepka, Fowler, and Lowry in one. got the world's 1, 2, and 3. McIlroy, Schauffele, and Scheffler. And then Phil Mickelson, Tommy Fleetwood, and Jason Day. It's a guy you've heard of before, Colin, right? Jason Day.
Yeah,
I believe you guys are from the same country.
Same country, almost the same town. He's from a little bit further north, Rockhampton. Yeah, we have spent a lot of time together since he was 12, in fact.
How did you meet a 12-year-old Jason Day? What's the origin story of your relationship?
Well, I was fortunate to be a director of golf at the Corolban International School. We had a program called Golf for Excellence. So we took in young aspiring kids from all over Australia that were good at golf, and we tried to make them a little better. And that's where I first met Jace. And we were there for the whole time he was at school. Then when he turned pro at 18 years of age, I came out and caddied for him just to try and get him off on the right footing. One thing led to another, Eric.
Well, that's led to a great relationship and a great career for you and him both as we go to the 12th hole, par 4. And Joanna, this was the hardest fairway to hit in 2017, and given how our players have struggled off the tee in the first 2 holes, I'm sure they're not too thrilled to be coming to this 12th hole.
Now, this fairway is a bowling alley. Jon Rahm has a fairway medal in hand, I believe. Should be nice to set up for a little fade here. 2 big trees just line this fairway. This is accuracy is key.
He's going with the big dog, actually, Joanna, as he fades it a little bit down the right side of that fairway.
The edge. Can't tell.
And we can tell you, John, that's in the first cut of rough. Even that first cut of rough looks a little woolly.
Fitzpatrick has missed twice to the right off the tee. We'll see if he makes any adjustments here.
Yeah, just wiping off the club face there. Joanna was mentioning the dew. You can see it on the walk-off path just ahead there. You don't want any water between the ball and the face. It really comes off with not much spin.
This is left, rattling in the trees. Could not see where that kicked.
Oh, he got a nice break. He's in the fairway, Joanna.
He needed that.
That's the second generous bounce he's gotten out of a tree here in the opening 3 holes. Cantlay coming off the bogey at 11.
Looks like he's aiming down that right center a little bit more, maybe trying to work this one a touch more from right to left.
Heading left, more left than Fitzpatrick.
That one didn't get the fortuitous bounce that we saw Fitzpatrick. Crowd going over to create a vantage point. He might have some issue there with a TIO. Have to wait and see.
Patrick Cantlay in trouble down the left. We'll see where Jon Rahm and Matthew Fitzpatrick have wound up here on the 12th hole. gorgeous views from our drone cameras this week as we welcome you back to the first round of the 107th PGA Championship at Quail Hollow Club here in Charlotte, North Carolina. On the 12th hole is par 4 at 468 yards. You see Patrick Cantlay way off to the left, Jon Rahm in position A, and Fitzpatrick once again gets a generous bounce out of a tree and is sitting 161 yards away from the pin, but again a little shaky off the tee for both Fitzpatrick and Cantlay. Rahm seems to be settled in nicely, but Patrick Cantlay, Colin, he is walking with the patrons trying to find his ball right now.
Yeah, it's this is the difficulty and the challenge here at Quail Hollow. The tee shots require you to move it in both directions. Now, if you're predominantly a player that likes to move it maybe from left to right, as Patrick Cantlay is, and then suddenly, you set up and you try and hit a draw, you can overcook things. And now we thought he might be involved with that temporary immovable obstruction just beyond him there, but it looks like he stayed in front of it and looking somewhat skyward.
Seeing what type of angles he has. And Joanna, I'm not sure where your position, but I don't know what kind of options Cantlay has. He keeps looking up to see if he can go over this tree coverage that's in front of him.
I did check it out. That would be impressive if he could elevate this above in front of the tree in front of him. I was thinking more of a low scooter towards that right bunker, but again, these guys are good, so who knows if he can hit it towards the moon.
Now this pin location, folks, is all the way in the back right portion of the green here at 12. And it sits up on top of a little bit of a shelf there, so no doubt he's obviously trying to figure out the best type of shot. And you can see him pointing there up towards potentially a gap in the trees. But also, too, is leaving it short is no bargain either. And now we're getting a look at that little opening that Patrick is referencing, which is just above that first limb. There it is right there, just above that first limb. And I think if he can get it up, that's where he's pointing, through there, he will have a chance to get it on the green. But it's literally the third hole of a PGA Championship, Eric. I don't know necessarily if you need to be making decisions or choices, but this is where the bag man there, Joe LaCava, veteran caddy, been around, carried the bag for many greats, Fred Couples, more recently Tiger Woods. Wealth of information and knowledge in that head.
Cantlay, he has found 3 bunkers already, 2 fairway, 1 green, and now he is off to the left. And from that camera angle behind him, Colin, it seemed like he had quite a bit of room to go low and run it up to the green if he wanted to.
Yeah, it did. He keeps on wanting to look skyward too, and this is where, as a caddy, you've got to really read your player. What you don't want to do is you don't want to be sowing a seed of something that creates doubt or a poor pattern or a visual for him. So Joe looks like he's doing what he needs to, but we're going quickly here to Fitzpatrick.
Fitzpatrick not waiting around, Joanna.
No, he's moving. That went just left to the pin. Did that stay on?
It did not. It's off the back.
That'll be a tricky little pitch there, no doubt. He'll probably have to try and bump it into the fringe to kill it. Anything that's carrying too much speed beyond that flagstick from the back will run all the way down onto the front section of the green. And Joe LaCava just directing traffic.
Cantlay's grabbed a few different clubs. This is important. Third hole of a major championship. Can't make a big mistake here. So I think he is going low. See his eyes looking low, which I think is the highest percentage play.
And that looks like what he's doing. Look at how thick that grass is here. So easily this could just get knotted, turn it low and left.
That did not sound good.
No, it hit the second tree. That's about 45 yards short of the green. And it hit it loud.
I'd play a little bit. I think it's still a little, and there's a little wind down, so I'd go maybe push it like
So Now if you're Joe LaCava, Colin, if Patrick wanted to go high, you said maybe you should go low. He hits a tree. Now how does that conversation work after he hits that shot?
That is the longest 45-yard walk he'll make this morning for sure.
Jon Rahm, first cut of roughs, hitting a little flighted shot, trying to hit it in front of the green and get it to scoot.
Well, this green separates itself from the front to the back with a huge tier that sort of wanders through from the far left-hand side of the green to the far right-hand side of the green. We're getting a glimpse of it right now, and that's exactly what happened. That ball for Jon Rahm tried to get up on top of that shelf where that pin is located here at the 12th, and then got rejected all the way down the front. That's what Fitzpatrick is going to have to face with his little pitch from the back of the green in just a few minutes.
Yeah, that shelf is so dramatic. You could see it from that low angle behind the tee we just saw. Like, Rahm did not get up over that crest, and look how far away he is now. So a disappointing approach for Jon Rahm. Joanna, where is Patrick Cantlay on his third shot coming up?
He is just to the right of this large tree that I said is about 40 yards short of the green. He is in the rough, not the pine straw, I believe. And he does have a clear shot, no tree trouble. But again, this is all about where do you want to land it? You're going to lose spin. We know that behind this pin location, it's going to run off. So another tricky shot here.
Colin, he has yet to hit a fairway today, and you can just see how punishing this course is if you cannot get off the tee and find a fairway.
Yeah, they talk about this golf course as a second shot golf course, which primarily it is, but still you need to find the fairways here. You can see that rough early in the morning. Once it gets a little bit of dew, a bit of moisture in it, it plays even thicker than what it does when it's dry, and that is a great camera angle of exactly what Patrick Cantlay faces here. You can see the camera tower just to the left of the flagstick. He'd have to, I think, almost split the difference between the camera tower and the pin, because this whole green complex cambers and tilts from back left to front right.
Real heavy coming out of that lie. Not even a chance to get up over that crest.
It actually hit Rahm's mark on the way. It is heading towards the fringe. It's not even staying on the green. Yep, just off the green.
And welcome to the Quail Hollow Golf Club, folks. That is exactly what you'll face throughout the day. These green complexes here really do have what we call character. Original designer here was George Cobb. Created an absolute masterpiece. They reference it as the Augusta National of North Carolina. And the green complexes certainly, I would say, typified those that you'll find at Augusta National. Now with that backhanded grip here for Fitzpatrick from the back of the green.
Drew a pretty nice lie, just landed it just on the green. Nice touch. Oh, just looked out. Great shot.
Fitzpatrick, who we talked about earlier, Colin, his stats on the green, around the green, have been very underwhelming this year, but he made that 37-foot birdie putt on 10 and a very nice, delicate chip here at the 12th.
Yeah, he made that look very easy. Certainly it was not. Anything that was carrying a little bit more steam beyond that flagstick would have rolled down there towards the balls of Rahm and Cantlay. You can see that slope now as we pan back out to the camera tower beyond the green.
Cantlay, Joanna, this putt from just off the green looks like it can go in a multitude of directions.
Yes, this is a roller coaster putt. I would not want to putt this. And this is damage control. He needs to get two putt and get out of here with a bogey.
Already a bogey on the 11th hole. This is his fourth shot here at the 12th.
Yeah, coming up a very steep little ridge that runs through this green. It's very easy, especially putting back uphill, to give this one a little bit too much steam. If you roll it past, you'll have a tricky one downhill.
get going.
Oh boy. That was close to rolling backwards.
So Cantlay, who has made the cut at 11 straight majors, has not done himself any help here in the first 3 holes, as he'll have that for bogey. And now Rahm has to go up that same ridge for birdie here, Joanna.
Yes, slow, left to right. Should get a good idea of speed from Cantlay.
He scared the hole at the previous hole for birdie. Similar length to this. This will have a lot of right turn at the end.
Good effort from Jon Rahm, who hit that 33-foot putt on the previous hole for birdie. Still a little bit left on his par, now behind the hole.
And that's what I was referencing. You know, putting from that bottom ridge, it sits at you and it's almost about 3 or 4 feet, and suddenly you get to that point where you're like, oh, I don't want to leave it short like Patrick Cantlay did, and almost have it come back at you. So you give it a little bit more, and then suddenly you look down there and you're putting your quarter down on a ball that's some 6-7 feet past the hole.
Yeah, Joanna, I know it's early in this golf tournament. This is a big putt here for Patrick Cantlay.
Yes, this is huge. Get the momentum going in the right direction, even if you make a little putt like this. That's huge.
Oh, he steps off in the middle of his backswing there. Wow.
See, that ball's moving. Screens are spicy.
A great view there too, Joanna, of exactly what you're referencing. He's right on that edge, that precipice that you could call it. I don't think I've ever seen a player that's balked it like that in the middle of a putting stroke.
Double bogey for Cantlay here at the par 4 12th. 3 over par through 3 holes to start the championship.
And with that ball rolling backwards, you know, with the rule change in 2019, it's nice that he can just replace his ball. Once you mark it, you own the spot. So for those at home, you know, that is no longer a penalty. He just replaces the ball.
That's good clarification. Thank you, Joanna. Now, Rahm has some meat on the bone here, Colin, for this par.
Yeah, that it does. I referenced it early. You know, John, one of those players that wears his heart on his sleeve here a little bit. If he made a sloppy 3-putt bogey here at his 3rd of the day, you might see him air his frustration a little.
Yeah, especially coming off that huge birdie putt on the last hole. Well done. Avoids the 3-putt. Stays in red numbers. 1 under par.
Way to go, Matt.
And a no sweat par for Matthew Fitzpatrick. To remain at 1 under as well, as we move to our first par 3 of the day, the par 3 13th
Yeah, gorgeous tee shot here. You can see there's multiple teeing boxes. There's one out there to the right-hand side. They put the addition of the 2 new tee boxes in on the left-hand side to create different angles. And today, the angle from the right tee box will be to that left pin position. It's actually 18 paces on and 6 off the right-hand side. You can see those arrows both to the front right of that flagstick and also to the back left of that flagstick. That represents a crown. And if you saw the fireworks at the previous hole, the 12th, this 13th has plenty of firepower in this green here. Anything that carries a little bit too much weight back down that slope, you can see those sea of red arrows. It'll actually come some 30, 40 yards way down off the front of the green.
Just under.
Gorgeous par 3.
Yeah, that's right.
Jon Rahm just checking back towards the 12th green. Make sure that no tee shots are coming in before he hits his. There's a great view of the angles that they can create here, Eric.
205 yards. That false front that Colin was talking about just shows you how important, Joanna, it is to hit the right spots of these greens with all the undulations and the different shelves.
And it plays a little uphill. Breath of air from his left help. This is heading a little right.
He walks away in disgust. Just short of the bunker, though.
Yeah, look at that slope. You know, basically, you could miss this pin location today with the wrong shape and a little too much spin, and you'll end up down there where Jon Rahm is. But he was not impressed with that tee shot. Hand came off it early. Back turned on the shot.
I call that the Eric Rothman special when I'm out there. Fitzpatrick, been impressed, Collins, early. You know, he has not necessarily done well off of the tee, but he has made the most of some really nice breaks here early, and sometimes that's what you need in a major championship.
I couldn't agree more. You know, you make your own luck in those situations, and he's actually capitalizing on it. This pin location should actually suit him a little bit. You can see him taking a little bit more of an aim towards the center of the green, maybe trying to work this one back at it a little from the right.
Yep, drawing just right of it.
That is a great shot, just a little bit beyond pin high right. It'll be a downhill putt with some speed on it, but exactly where you need to hit that shot.
Fitzpatrick on safely, and now Cantlay, who's +3 through 3 holes. That is tied for his worst score through 3 holes in any major round of his career. That is 121 major championship rounds. Not where he wanted to be after 3 holes. Chance now to steer the ship back in the right direction.
But he is never flustered, sticks with his process, just right of it, drawing towards it.
Get up, and it does, and it looks like it's going to stay there. Nice shot there for Patrick Cantlay. He really needs to just hit a good steady tee shot here. You know, you've got the drivable par 4 14th next.
Cantlay and Fitzpatrick on the green here at the 13th. Quail Hollow Club, a regular PGA Tour stop, but you look at what this course does when it's a major championship venue, it is tough. Host of the 2017 PGA Championship and now hosting again in 2025. Matthew Fitzpatrick and Patrick Cantlay will have 2 long birdie putts, and Joanna Co. Jon Rahm is off the green. He was disgusted with that tee shot.
He was mumbling to himself on that one and the approach shot in the hole before. This is a good one. I could teach a clinic on this shot. Ball's a little above the feet. Depends where he wants to land it. He has a slope in front of him that's going to kick it right. Then it's going to travel to the left. So it depends where he wants to land it. Looks like something high lofted here. I think he's going up.
From those rehearsals, it looks like he's going to try and maybe drive something in on more of a mid-flight with a high loft here. When you do that, you create a lot of friction. It's what they reference as spin loft. You can really get some check on it on its second or third hop.
Checks up nicely.
That's exactly what he did. Ball back in the stance, shaft lean, just tons of spin, hit down on it with a ton of loft, equals spin loft.
Well, sign us both up, myself and Eric, for that clinic at Marion Club. Of course, Joanna Co. is the director of instruction there, and she could teach you just that shot.
Well, I got to tell you, Colin, when Joanna was talking about that, and that is a shot as a poor amateur like myself, that the confidence I would need to even attempt that shot, because I think, you know, as an amateur, your first thought is, okay, if I'm going to lean the shaft forward, punch it out, try to get some spin, this thing is going to be thinned 50 yards over the green. There's no chance I'm getting it to do what Jon Rahm just did.
Yeah, there's a lot of controversy in the world of chipping at the moment. You know, I won't mention any names, but you know, I think they're both making good points as to what you can do and how you can play it, but that one was just absolute perfection on how to take a 60-degree wedge, launch it low with maximum spin. That was just a gorgeous shot. Now Cantlay with an uphill putt for birdie.
He could use a spark here, Joanna.
Yes, he could. Right to left. Uphill at the end.
Just grazes the right edge of the cup, but a good effort there, and what was the most steady hole we have seen from Patrick Cantlay so far today.
Yeah, and I think he needed it. You know, nice steady tee shot there, like you said, hit it below the hole to give him a good look at an uphill putt. And moving into the very gettable, drivable par 4 14th and also the par 5 15th. I think Patty Ice will be making himself a small goal to maybe play those 2 holes in 2 under and get back in this ball game.
Fitzpatrick for his birdie.
Well, that ball rolled end over end. You can see the line just wandering off lower the hole. So a little misread there slightly from Matthew Fitzpatrick. These greens, we saw it there with Jon Rahm and Patrick Cantlay at the previous hole. You really almost have to allow just that little extra break as these greens get a little bit faster, because they all just move that fraction more than you think at the very end of the putt.
Up the hill for Jon Rahm's par, Joanna.
Yeah, pretty simple. Uphill, right to left. Be nice to reward himself off that fabulous chip.
Hole apart of similar length at the previous hole to save his par, avoid that 3-putt bogey.
Straight up and down for Jon Rahm here at the 13th. Stays clean, 1 under. Jon Rahm had that beautiful bump and run from off the green to set up that par putt. And let's go a little bit more inside what it takes to hit a shot like that from PGA of America Coaching Center, powered by T-Mobile. Natalie Sheehan will give us a look at how Jon Rahm executed that shot.
Yeah, he just made an awesome up and down at the 13th hole. And one thing he does in his practice that I think all of you at home should be doing is he will hit a low shot and a high shot back and forth. So to hit that nice low bump and run, which is what he just, I've got the ball back in my stance, my pressure is forward, and I've got some shaft lean here. And I just feel like making sort of a pendulum motion, not excessively using my hands and wrists. And that ball will have some release to it. And then the next shot, I would leave the shaft kind of straight up and down and still making that nice sort of pendulum motion, hit a high shot. And so learning how to hit a low shot and a high shot back and forth helps your adaptability when you're out on the golf course and helps you under pressure. Back to you guys.
Natalie, thank you very much. Our PGA of America Coaching Center, powered by T-Mobile. T-Mobile for Business, exclusive 5G solutions partner. And here it is again, Colin, just how that shot checks up so beautifully. You saw how Natalie executes it, but also a part of it is just, you know, how much these guys practice shots like this to know the distance control of where that ball is going to check and how hard he needs to hit it to really gauge the correct distance.
Yeah, but these guys spend hours and hours and hours practicing all these different shots, the high one, the low fizzer like this one here. That was just absolutely technique perfect there from Jon Rahm.
I'm sure your Quail Hollow members are probably putting that, using a hybrid, bumping an 8-iron. That was a tight lie, ball above the feet. But again, you practice your weaknesses and play with your strength.
I love that. They are words of wisdom for sure. So many people, they gravitate to what they do well, which is fine, but obviously it doesn't do anything for improving your whole game. As we have just a little bit of a hold up here, what looks like at the 14th. Of course, this is the drivable par 4 down the hill.
While we wait, take a look at the early leaderboard for the 107th PGA Championship. Ryan Fox atop the leaderboard right now at 3 under par through 7 holes, starting on the back 9. And sometimes all you need is a little momentum coming into a major championship, Colin. You saw Ryan Fox last week at the Myrtle Beach tournament. Was waiting on the driving range for a long time to see if he was going to make a playoff. He did. A 3-man playoff and a 53-foot chip in to win the title and qualify for the PGA Championship. And look what he's doing here in his opening round, continuing that momentum. Jason Day, Xander Schauffele under par as well. Michael Kim, who had to withdraw last week because of an injury at the Truist, he's under par through 4. Tommy Fleetwood up there as well. Rory McIlroy, Brooks Koepka, Tony Finau, all even to par. And Sepp Straka, who had the victory at the elevated event, the Truist in Philadelphia last week. He had said that after he won that tournament in Philadelphia, he had a birthday present waiting for him from his regular caddy Dewey, who sent him to Payne Valley for a round. So he went from Philadelphia Golf and Cricket Club to Payne Valley and now to Quail Hollow. Not a bad week of golf if you can get it. And move to the gettable, as Colin said, par 4 14th, just 311 yards here today, Colin.
Yeah, it's the shortest par 4 on the course and the only par 4 to play under par in the 2017 PGA Championship, a whopping 82 under par. It's early days here at the 14th, and you can see it's already 3.42, almost full half shot under par already. Multiple teeing grounds here also at the 14th. They'll push it forward a little bit. They'll move that tee box around depending on the length and that pin position. You'll see it all the way in the back right one day. You'll see it over in the far left portion, and then they'll hug that left side and front left portion as well. You can really get yourself out of position here. It's always one of those holes that when you're playing your practice round, you stand up here, you belt 3-wood or a driver down in that front section, you think, what is the difficulty of this hole? And then suddenly the gun goes off and you're playing for the Wanamaker Trophy, and you can get yourself into a world of hurt here very, very quickly with an errant tee shot.
Yeah, Joanna, how much is that water down the left side in these players' minds on this tee box here?
Oh, big time. But Jon Rahm has, I believe, less than driver in hand, looking to go just right of the green, and hopefully it bounds to the left. But yeah, their eyesight is down the right for sure.
It'll be interesting to watch this one. See how much skip it does have. Got a lot of rain early in the week.
He's asking for some help. Oh
boy. And he's got a decent lie up on that, which is a pretty decent slope from, you know, sort of back to front there. So downhill lie to that pin location over on the front left. Anything that carries too much steam, you could chip that into the water in a heartbeat.
Yeah, you can see why, Colin. To your point, you could get in so much trouble here. If you get a little nervy with the water down the left, the right side isn't easy either. And it looks like Fitzpatrick is less than driver as well, Joanna.
Driver, this is looking like on a good line, just right of the flag. Ooh, sit. Awesome.
Oh, that is an absolutely perfect tee shot. We haven't seen that in the first few holes there from Fitzpatrick. He hit just about every tree on the property in the first 3 holes, and stands up and hits a beauty there at 14, and he'll have that putt for eagle.
Matthew Fitzpatrick, an amateur arborist here this week.
Tell already I'm going to have a great week, Eric.
Patrick Cantlay is hoping for the same. He is 3 over.
He's setting up to try and hit maybe just a possible little 3-finger fade down to that right portion of the green.
Way left on the last hole. I should say two holes ago. He made double bogey.
It's a good aggressive line. Lands on the green.
Wow, that one pitched past pin high. It's going to scoot all the way to the back of the green. That'll be a very, very lengthy putt with a lot of movement.
So 2 on here at the short par for 14th. Cantlay still looking for his first birdie of the day. Well, we mentioned that this 14th hole is the shortest par 4 on the course. The last 5 tour events here, 62% of the field attempted to drive the green, with just about 11% hitting it. And you see the scoring average for those who went for it under par, for those who laid up just slightly above par. So we're better than the historical stats with our group, because 2 out of the 3 of our featured group here today hit the green. And you see the scoring average at the PGA Championship that was held at Quail Hollow Club in 2017. 3.71 the average shots needed if you go for it here. That is the ball of Jon Rahm, the one player, Colin, in our featured group who did not hit the green off the tee.
Yeah, and so much of this lie, we can look at it right there. We see a lot of golf ball, but you'll notice also too those blades of grass are leaning in a direction. Now, if they're leaning in the direction that he's actually trying to hit, it'll make this shot so much easier, which it appears it is. But now as we start to pull back, you can see that little drainage hole right there just to the right of where Jon is now. What he's doing there, folks, is he's going up and he's getting a feel through his feet as to how wet that area is, because you can see that little grain change, that color, that darker shade right there where he is now. That's uphill into the grain. So he'll be looking to see whether he can pitch it into that slope and then kill it, because anything that carries weight or too much speed past this flagstick will end up down in the pond there. So a very, very difficult hole. If you're out of position here, it can be a very, very difficult up and down.
Still about 100 feet away, Joanna. Where's a good landing spot for him?
When he went up to the green and kind of stood and looked back at the ball, that's exactly where I thought he needs to land it. Like what Colin said, the grain in the hill is going to kill it. Downhill lies, it's going to come out a little low unless he opens a face. He needs to stay with the slope in order to have clean contact.
Yeah, you may actually see him aim a little bit further left of this hole just in case. And that got an ugly little soft bounce. You could see him walking up there sort of getting a feel for that, but that just didn't come out on the flight or trajectory that he wanted, and he has holed it in the wrong hole.
Yeah, that came out a little dead. I think he missed his landing spot by 2-3 yards, and now he's going to get free relief from, looks like a drainage area.
Yeah, so much of this golf. Yep, sorry, Eric.
No, I was going to say, Colin, you could really tell, especially from that angle, the different colors of the grass on the green of where he hit it. That darker grass coming back towards him on the upslope. And going back to where Joanna was talking about, he just didn't catch a good kick enough to get it through that elevation, and now back at his, back towards where he was hitting in the first place and dealing with the drainage situation. Just not a good effort.
Yeah, that grain change that you referenced there, that this whole golf course, folks, for what it may appear on TV at the moment, looks very lush and green, but it is all Bermuda, and it has been oversown with Poa trivialis, and that is why it appears so green. As we slide over to Cantlay now with that lengthy one after driving the green.
Left to right the entire way.
I think anything inside about 4 feet here would be an exceptional putt.
Slowing down considerably as it gets towards the hole, but bad effort. And have a decent look at birdie there.
He might look cool, calm, and collected on top of the water, but those little legs underneath, they're going pretty quick at the moment. Already with a double bogey and a bogey on the scorecard through his first 4. Not the start that he was looking for.
You can see the end of that putt fading back towards the water. And now Jon Rahm again, still below the hole in that collection area, Joanna.
Again, he's probably looking to spin something here. This is going to get slippery right after the hole. Downwind, down green, water on the other side. Really has to manage his distance control here.
We saw him hit that gorgeous little pitch at the previous hole. It's a lot longer, so he's able to create a little bit more speed, a lot more friction. This one a little bit more delicate. Look for this one to pitch into that darker colored area.
So well done.
Rahm will be disappointed to come away with a par, considering how easy this hole has played historically. But given what that second shot did, to be within 2 feet for a par is not too shabby either.
I've seen this pin location many, many times for the normal event here at Quail Hollow. The truest, but you'll see guys from up on top of that slope, that bank over on the right-hand side. You'll see a number of guys take a professional miss and just dump it into that collection area and then take their medicine, make 4, and then walk briskly to the 15th.
The three amigos waiting, it looks like, for the group behind them to tee off. They're going to allow the, is that correct, Joanna? They're going to let the group behind hit?
That is correct.
All right, so we've got a moment here. And real quick, Colin, while we wait, you know, this is really the part of the course, the 14th and 15th holes, where you got to make up some ground, because after that, you've got the Green Mile, arguably the three hardest holes on the course, outside maybe of hole number 1. But par 4, 14th, and the par 5, 15th, 2 of the 3 easiest holes in 2017.
Yeah, that's right. We talked about it very early in the telecast. You know, so much of this golf course requires precision off the tee, moving the ball in both directions, but also, too, you've got to cherry pick those holes. We've talked about the par 5s. Obviously, all 3 of those play exceptionally easy and generally rank in the top 3 easiest holes on the golf course, but also 14 and again 8 on the front side. They're the holes that you really have to capitalize on as well. So when you start to think that, okay, you know, you've got 12 chances at making birdies on these par 5s, you really got to get after them.
I believe that's Minwoo.
That is, in fact, Minwoo, lead winner earlier this year, and that had found the sand. All 3 of those amigos are all saying, oh boy, that's a tough shot.
Yeah.
And it is.
So Minwoo, Corey Connors, part of the group behind us. Minwoo, another great young Australian golfer.
Yeah, winner in Houston earlier this year. Just bombs it off the tee.
Down. Got lucky hitting that.
I'm not sure who the
there.
referee is on this hole, but he's going to see some activity in that drainage hole today.
I got to say, I'm appreciating the ready golf play of our group so far. We've had a couple instances where you had Matt Fitzpatrick in a tree, you had Jon Rahm in the drainage hole, and playing partners just saying, all right, you guys figure it out. I'm going to go ahead and hit. Cantlay putted while Jon Rahm was taking his relief, and I don't mind a little brisk pace. I know Fitzpatrick likes to play quickly. Jon Rahm as well. I know Patrick Cantlay gets a bad rap, but you know, this is the second year I've had a chance to call around for Patrick Cantlay at the PGA Championship, Colin, and really not as slow as people make him out to be.
Well, Ari, we like to use the term deliberate, not necessarily
deliberate,
slow.
That's right. That's right.
No, he is. He's a very deliberate player. He has made no qualms in the media in saying that I will play at my pace, and you know, and my pace is my pace, and I'll make it up during the walks. Also, too, you might see some players throughout the telecast using the distance measuring devices. Of course, they're allowed this week, and also to an effort to try and speed up play. So that's a great point.
Eagle chance here for Fitzpatrick. Joanna just never had a chance.
No, not high enough, and he actually waved a volunteer to the side. That was right in his line. It looked like the volunteer was just in the middle of the lake all by himself, so it was right in Fitzpatrick's line there. Distracted him a bit.
Looking for his second birdie of the day. He had that 37-foot putt to start his round at the 10th hole for birdie. Now Cantlay would be his first birdie. What's left for him, Joanna?
Left to right here. Should get a little bit of a sense of it from Fitzpatrick's putt.
Nice confident stroke there for Patrick Cantlay, who picks one up here at the par 4 14th. First circle on the card today.
Yeah, really needed that one. We spoke about it before he struck his tee shot here at the 14th. That sort of run of holes 14 and 15. He'd be setting himself a little goal there to be playing those 2 holes in 2 under and get back to excuse me, 1 over par for the championship if he's able to do that before they enter the green mile.
Now Rahm trying to scramble once again for a par.
He'll be somewhat disappointed in registering 4 at the 14th, but at the same time too, he was way out of position and did a good job of managing what could have been damage control there.
Fitzpatrick, this birdie would put him with one of the leader, Ryan Fox. Great start for Matt Fitzpatrick.
Just goes to show it's not all necessarily fairways and greens.
Now to the 15th, Colin. This par 5 at 566 yards, the easiest hole back in 2017 was a whopping 192 under par in terms of every player in the field for the week in 2017. And you mentioned it, the last real scoring opportunity here on this back 9.
Yeah, it's a downhill tee shot, just the lone bunker down the right-hand side. If you can get a good one away, you'll be sort of left in that sort of 260, 270 range. Does play uphill some 10 yards for the second shot, but you can see this pin location today over there in the front right-hand portion. 8 paces on, 5 off. A great place to leave it would be, sandwiched right in between that trio of bunkers, the 2 down the right-hand side and also 2, that one that sort of sits right in the center of the green here. These players will just get after this hole today, and you can see those flags just up on the top right of your screen there. This tee shot should play maybe quartering down off the left, so these guys can get definitely a good one away here. They might even get irons or rescue woods in for their second.
It's a good one, just on the right. Sit. Okay. Not much rollout yet.
Fitzpatrick coming off his second birdie of the day. Not bad for a guy who in 11 starts on the PGA Tour this year has not finished inside the top 20. Very unlike Matthew Fitzpatrick, but has it going here early in round number 1.
Straight down the middle, beauty.
As the first fairway hit today for Patrick Cantlay. I guess technically on the short par 4, drove the green, so that's pretty good too, but his first couple holes of the day off the tee were quite shaky to say the least. He had a bogey and a double bogey at the 11th and 12th.
Just off to the left-hand side there where John was looking, of course, is the 14th green. So just making sure nothing's going to be affecting his shot here. You can see the flags down off the left here, this wind, so he's going to have to challenge those 2 oak trees down the left side here if he's to keep this one in the short grass.
Yep, most aggressive line of the three. Perfect.
Boy, that is a long way down the fairway. He's in the go zone, as they say.
Carried that one 310 yards. That deserves a snack. Little lunch break for Jon Rahm walking down the par 5 15th.
The Wanamaker weighs 32 pounds. Which weighs more, the Wanamaker or the Stanley Cup?
Stanley Cup. Thank you.
And that's the
The Wanamaker weighs 32 pounds. Which weighs more, the Wanamaker or the Stanley Cup?
Stanley Cup. Thank you.
And that's the Stanley Cup with all the big Stanley Cup, right? I assume it's less than the Stanley Cup. Off sheer size, I think it weighs less than the Stanley Cup.
That is correct. Unbelievable.
There you go. Ah, did all right.
Yeah, 3 for 3 there. Or Scotty, Jordan, and Rory guessing the weight comparison between the Wanamaker Trophy and the Stanley Cup. Of course, the NHL playoffs going on right now. The Edmonton Oilers, big win last night, chasing a Stanley Cup for their star Connor McDavid. And all of our 156 players today chasing the Wanamaker Trophy. As we appreciate you joining us. Eric Rothman, Colin Swatton, Joanna Coe here on the 15th hole. This is the 6th hole for our players today as we started on the second 9. All 3 in pretty good position for what has been historically one of the easiest scoring holes on this course. It was the easiest at the 2017 PGA Championship. Jon Rahm way down there with that 330-yard drive. It'll be Fitzpatrick with a fairway medal in his hand, Joanna, here for his second.
Ball a little above his feet here. I know he likes to choke down anyway, so he's going to have to choke down a little bit. This would obviously encourage a little bit of a draw.
Yeah, great view from behind. Fitzpatrick looking to try and get it up in that collection area. Just perfect there for Fitzpatrick. That'll be one of the easiest pitches you'll have on the property this week.
Cantlay has a little bit of dirt on the left side of the ball. And again, ball above the feet. There's a slope off that bunker.
So a lot of rain early in the week. Almost over 4 inches of rain fell through Wednesday. And when you get a little bit of mud on the ball, usually goes in the opposite direction to that mud. So Joanna's saying there's mud on the right side. This ball should want to go left, but you can also see that ball above his feet here. So this one might be a wash.
Chance for Cantlay to get some momentum going. The birdie at the 14th. The disastrous start, 3 over through the first 3 holes. Good position here for his second shot at the par 5.
Was knuckling in the air a little bit.
And that may have caught the first of the 2 traps that guard the right side here. That will be a long and challenging bunker shot for Cantlay upcoming.
Iron in hand for Rahm.
Say, Colin, I believe that's the 4th bunker hit so far today for Cantlay.
.239 yards. Adam Hayes suggesting that this is a 4-iron here for Rahm after torching that tee shot. 320 yards. All in all, not a bad leave. He'll have just a fraction less green to work with than that of Fitzpatrick.
PGA Junior League is bringing friends, families, and communities together through golf, all with expert PGA and LPGA coaching. Find a team near you at PGAJuniorLeague.com. Now, you wouldn't know that it rained 4 inches earlier this week, as Colin was talking about. I think maybe one of the more entertaining videos I've seen in a while, Colin, is the video of Hideki Matsuyama earlier this week. I don't know if you saw it. He was out there in the torrential downpour at his caddy with an umbrella. And I mean, it was raining cats and dogs. Hideki out there trying to putt through it like he was in Caddyshack. And I guess, you know, just preparing himself in case they ask the players to play in conditions like that this week. So far, so good with the sunny weather, as Matt Fitzpatrick is tied for 3rd on the leaderboard and is leading our feature group here through 5 holes. Right on cue, we're going to take a look. This is, what could you possibly be working on in this type of weather?
That is completely a G up for sure. Absolutely pouring down with rain. You can see not a blade of grass is visible on that putting green. I think that one was set up just for that purpose.
Maybe Hideki's, you know, he's like, you know what, I need to be a little, go viral here. Some social media influencing earlier in the week. And so as we walk up to what will be the 3rd shot for all 3 of our players here, Joanna, once again, Patrick Cantlay is in a bunker, and looks like he's got, you know, got that really high lip in front of him, then the aggressive downward slope to get to the green. This is going to be a tough one to judge, I imagine.
Yes, the lip in front of him shouldn't be an issue. It's whether or not he wants to land this on the green. The wind is a little into, so it should help stop it. I see him hitting something onto the green a few paces and getting it to check.
Now, we've seen him hit a number of shots from short range where spin has been an issue for him. In fact, too much spin. You could, if you wanted, fly this a little bit beyond the pin, try and pull the string on it, but I like the shot Joanna described.
That just came out soft.
Well,
A little too much sand.
He's going to come up short just to the left of that sprinkler head you can see. Obviously, if that sprinkler head is in his stance or intended line, he'll be able to, of course, get relief from that, but not the shot he was looking for. And Rahm, did he push it up far enough, Joanna, to create a decent angle at this front right pin location?
It's a little awkward here. He has to manage a left to right slope onto the green. That bunker does kind of peek out to his left. A little trickier than Fitzpatrick's shot. was so good.
Yeah, quite a bit of loft on that, and just rides the slope back to the right behind the pin, and we'll have a great opportunity for a birdie.
Yeah, we've already seen it. We saw that beautiful pitch that he hit back at the 13th, the par 3. Took it in low, couple of nice checks forward, and then put the handbrake on. And that one went upstairs a little bit more, using the wind as a little bit of a backstop also too, to get that one to sit soft here. Now, left hand low for Fitzpatrick. Don't come much easier than that one there for Fitzpatrick from the front of the green. You're going to see a whole host of players just chase it up to the short right to this pin location and make the easiest of birdies.
Looks like Cantlay can get relief from the sprinkler. His right foot was sitting on it, so he's placed the tee in the ground. So free relief here. Closest point, 1 club. No closer to the hole. He's probably going to decide what line he wants to take and drop it from there. Kind of the path of least resistance.
And of course, also too, you'll see him clean the ball there. Caddy Joe LaCavra, he's had his hands full this morning. He's suffering just a small case of fiberglass poisoning at the moment. The amount of bunkers he's been in, or his man's been in this starting out today. Of course, he cannot drop this on the green, can he, Joanna? Once that rolls outside a club length. Good way for the folks at home to remember whether it was 1 club length or 2. You buy 2, you get 1 for free, they say. So free relief, you get 1 club length. If it's a penalty, of course, you get 2 club lengths.
He was praying for that second drop to roll away. Now he has to place it really close to the green.
I was with you. I was like, I don't know if there's enough slope there to push it outside a club length, so it's got it to sit there now.
Got to use the rules to your advantage.
Yeah, I must admit, there's been a number of rule changes that have been instigated, and I'd still love to see the one with regards to divots in the middle of the fairway change, but well, there's a gray area over is it a divot or not a divot. I guess it won't change.
It seems to be the rule that universally everybody wants changed, and yet year in, year out, nothing is really addressed. And play it where it lies, I suppose.
Yeah, that is it. And we saw Fitzpatrick go in and move his coin full mark to the left. So that means that Cantlay's ball coming back, going to move from left to right.
He also changed his mark from the poker chip to a small mark, so it is going right over his line.
Too
much
pace
heat
there.
Yeah, great putt. Just as you guys said, a little too much steam. Maybe Fitzy just got sick and tired of lifting that manhole cover in and out of his pocket all morning.
Weighing him down.
Patrick will be disappointed hitting the fairway here at the 15th and then losing that one a little bit right. Maybe just a touch of mud combined with the uncertainty of that lie. Just found that green side, or we'll call it a green side bunker, short and right, and made a little bit of a mess of it from there.
Like I said, I think that mud, a little bit of dirt on the left side of the ball made that knuckle for that second shot. So a little unlucky there.
And he doesn't seem convinced on the line here either, Joanna.
Yeah, it's tricky. Downhill, right to left. It's all about matching pace and speed, pace and line.
Good adjustment there for Cantlay, who cleans up the par. Again, the easiest hole on the course Cantlay comes away with a disappointing par.
Already this hole here has given up 7 birdies in the early going.
Jon Rahm looking for number 8.
Nice there. 4 for Jon Rahm. Super clean scorecard so far for him. Beautiful pitch back at the par 3. 13th to save par there, and another good up and down on 14, then capitalizes with a birdie here at 15 before entering the green mile.
Well done for Matthew Fitzpatrick. And back-to-back birdies for him, I should say, and he joins the leaders at 3 under par. Now one of 4 players at that score, including Luke Donald, Ryan Fox, and Tommy Fleetwood. We move, as Colin mentioned, to the green mile. And as players navigate their way around the course this week, danger will be looming in the form of the green mile. The last 3 holes at Quail Hollow have been called a nightmare over the years. Here's why. The PGA Championship in 2017, there were more double bogeys or worse on these 3 holes than there were birdies or better. And of those, 12 were triple or quadruple bogeys. That matches the number of triples or worse on the first 15 holes combined. A lot of danger comes from the water in play since the PGA Tour returned here in 2003. More than 1,800 golf balls have found the water in this stretch of holes. All that to say, in recent history, no finish in major golf has been more treacherous to navigate than this one. Not Winged Foot, Kiowa, or Carnoustie. When it comes down to it, no one is safe walking the green mile. And take a look at the scores to par. The 18th hole and the first hole, the 2 hardest holes on the course, 16 not far behind, and then 17 coming up behind that. And, you know, Colin, these 3 holes, not only will they be treacherous for anybody who's trying to hold on to a lead here on Sunday, but in terms of false confidence, you come away from holes 14 and 15 maybe feeling pretty good about yourself, 2 really good birdie opportunities, and then you just run into this wall of 3 holes and it can completely flip your round around.
Yeah, and I think too, as we get back to that thought, let's take a look at the 16th hole here. That is, of course, the par 4. Playing 535 yards. It has been lengthened some 23 yards since 2017. And that is to try and take care of that guys that bomb it over that bunker on the right side of the fairway there. And once they turn the corner, it's to a green that slopes considerably, actually from back right to front left. And the pin position today at 16, can't push it back much further. It's 30 paces on and 6 off the left side here. Need a good tee shot in the fairway. And back on the tee is where we find Jon Rahm.
Thanks.
Should suit
Great
Jon
ball by
Rahm. A hole that moves from left to right. Every time he's been faced with that shape of shot, he's managed to hit the fairway.
This was just a moment ago. Matt Fitzpatrick, we mentioned, he does not waste any time and missed to the left off the tee following his 2nd birdie in a row back at the 15th. Now Cantlay. And I see points to the left on this one as well, Joanna.
Just down the left. Can't tell if it is in the rough or not, but
Yeah, it is. It trickled down what looks to be a bank on the left side of the fairway. So both Fitzpatrick and Cantlay out of position. Jon Rahm lurking on the leaderboard. Next May, it's never too early to get your tickets to the 108th PGA Championship in Pennsylvania. Just outside of Philadelphia. To register for tickets, visit pgachampionship.com/register. Registration closes soon. Jon Rahm, stress-free walk down the 16th fairway. He is the only one of our three competitors to find the fairway here on the 16th. Both Fitzpatrick and Cantlay missing to the left, and it's tough to tell, Colin, what kind of angle, if any, the two of them will have on this second shot.
Yeah, this little grove of trees just down the left-hand side there. There is some thick rough down there, and both of those balls appear to have stayed short of that grove of trees, so we'll have to wait and see whether or not they're going to have any issue. But it's such a gorgeous hole. You know, you play slightly downhill. You can see just that one lone bunker down the right-hand side. That gets a workout. Guys trying to take it down there. And I think the addition of the extra 29 yards here at the 10th has made it a little bit better hole, stronger. And the green complex is no bargain either. It's really difficult to try and get the ball close, even from the fairway.
So
Joanna, what are you seeing down there?
No tree trouble for either of them, actually. Matthew Fitzpatrick has a little bit of a thicker lie, big clump of grass right behind the golf ball. Ball is above his feet, but again, no tree trouble for either of them. Cantlay, a little better lie, a little less grass behind the golf ball, but they both got a little lucky. They were only a few paces from the penalty area on the left side.
And also avoiding danger there.
Yeah, it just creeps in a little bit down on that left side, that penalty area. The challenge now, you can see he's coming out of what Joanna referenced as a pretty decent lie, but ball well above his feet. Now, the front half of this green on the left side of this green slopes and tilts from right to left quite dramatically.
Yeah, I don't like trying to chop foot in. Yeah, I'm not thinking before, I'm just trying to the other one. Yeah. But this one, Yeah. But I also think hit 4 iron. 4 iron's not going through it, and 7 irons guaranteed late.
Yeah, yeah. If you're playing that choppy cut shot, like
You have to do that.
Yep.
As I was saying, that the whole front of that green complex actually tilts right quite dramatically from right to left. So anything that was coming in with too much right to left could actually end up going on the green and in the penalty area. So you can hear Matt Fitzpatrick saying a choppy cut here.
That's exactly what he did, trundling. If that stops, that is an amazing golf shot.
Well, he got on the wrong side of that spine I was talking about, but all in all, a very, very good recovery shot there from Matt Fitzpatrick, and you can see him using the yardage device, of course, allowed this week at the PGA Championship.
Iron in hand for Patrick Cantlay from 227 yards.
Daunting second shot here to this green.
And a little left. Okay, soft bounce.
He did very well there. You can see that grain change. See how it was darker up around the pin, shiny down in that bowl. Anything that was carrying too much steam there would have taken a big turn from right to left, but he got a nice soft bounce there, as Joanna mentioned.
Well-placed tee shot for Jon Rahm, now 220 from the middle of the fairway.
Not a great strike by Jon Rahm. Sounded a little off, to be honest.
A similar shot to the one that he hit back at the 13th there, Eric, where he sort of hit that fan. You could hear him say, why am I hitting that shot, to caddy Adam Hayes. So trying to make some slight pivots and adjustments.
I was going to ask
you,
Colin,
of this round. Yeah,
I was going to ask you, Colin, if we can answer that question for Rahm, who obviously, you know, you're sitting in the middle of the fairway. There's no issue with the lie or the slope, and yet, to your point, he's had that a couple times in a row where it's just not coming back towards the hole.
Yeah, it's interesting, you know, so many of these guys automatically go to the default of what's wrong with my swing, what's wrong with my swing. If we sort of take the other hat and we say, okay, well, both of those were left pins that if you miss it left, you're in a world of pain, both at the, you know, the par 3 13th, also here at the 16th. So subconsciously it might have been a little bit more of a, I don't feel 100% comfortable with executing that shot. And of course, if you don't feel completely committed to it, you're not going to execute it. And that might have been just as simple as that. And that's always too, as a coach, if I can put my coach hat on, you've got to get to the root cause of why a shot was a shot. We can't just simply go, oh, it was a bad swing. Of course, right. That's the easiest thing to say, but not often always the case.
And for Rahm, too, I'm sure frustrating to watch his two playing partners hit pretty solid shots in less than ideal spots. And to sit around, wait, watch them, and you're in position 1A, and you're the one who misses the green. You know, for a guy like Jon Rahm, who, you know, listen, since moving to the Live Golf Tour, has really struggled in major competitions. And, you know, we saw this a little bit with the Masters and Rory McIlroy, and so much pressure on Rory to complete the career Grand Slam. It seemed like a lot of exterior pressure, right, Colin? I mean, that was a lot of the conversation going into the Masters. The past couple of years for Jon Rahm at majors, it seems like a lot of internal pressure, a lot of, you know, I need to perform at these majors to prove, even though I'm not on the PGA Tour anymore and maybe not being watched by as many people on a week in and week out basis, I need to prove that I'm still one of the best golfers in the world because I only get 4 opportunities a year to do it. And it just seems like he has gotten frustrated in these majors when things have not gone his way, especially at PGA Championships, you know, coming off a missed cut last year, his first missed cut at a major since 2019.
You know, that's actually a really good point that you make there about the internal pressure that, you know, maybe him putting on himself to perform, you know, just when you have 4 of these starts, you know, against the strongest field, you know, fields in golf, that maybe that is just a little bit more pressure for him. But also too, you know, there's arguments for whether the competition on the Live Tour is as strong as what it is on the PGA Tour throughout the year. So it's definitely a great conversation as we watch Cantlay now for a very lengthy birdie, front right of the green, all the way to the back left.
Double breaker here. It's going to go to the left and then travel to his right and then back left again. It's all about pace.
And he hasn't had his best speed control so far on these lengthy ones. Came up considerably short back at the 14th after driving the green. And he has some chicken left on that bone. Is it chicken if it's short and it's meat if it's long? What do you think?
Either way, you're not making friends with vegetarians, I tell you that much.
There you go. A few kernels left on the cob. How's that one?
There you go. Perfect.
All right. We're off and running. We're satisfying everybody's needs this morning. I just want to know how many have signed up for your short game school at Marion there, Joanna.
Yes, they need that at Marion. Very difficult around the greens.
What's Rahm looking at here, Joanna?
It's a little right to left, but honestly, it's just a very slow putt. About halfway up, it's a 4 to 5 degree slope, so it's all about pace here. It's going to straighten up at the end.
You can see that little color change on your screen there, the shiny part for the first 25-30 feet, and then it goes to that slightly darker tinge. That's all about the grain change, and that thing is putting the brakes on. Great call, Joanna.
It's just so difficult when it's so slow, but then you're looking at water at the other side. It's just tough visually to commit.
Yeah, that's the thing, the beauty of these course architects. You know, of course, George Cobb was the original designer here at Quail Hollow. It had a little touch there from the king himself, Arnold Palmer. He touched on about 4 holes.
Fitzpatrick short as well, but he is the closest to the hole looking at his par. Cantlay and Rahm still some work to be done if they want to get out of the first hole of the Green Mile unscathed.
Yeah, just a great stretch of holes. Of course, here 16th, the little sweeping dog left from left to right. Then of course you've got the multiple teeing grounds that you have there at the 17th, the par 3, water in front of the green all down the left side beyond it as well. And then of course 18. First things first though, we've got 3 lengthy putts here for par saves, and Patrick Cantlay the second time this morning just readjusting the line on his ball. He did that a few holes back, didn't commit to it, hit it a little too soft, and we saw it wander off on the low side.
He also had a putt where he stopped mid backstroke and walked off and readjusted himself.
He will not hit this putt until he feels completely settled.
Sneaks in there for the par. Avoids the 3 putt, avoids another bogey, remains at 2 over par for the championship.
Yeah, of course, didn't get off to the greatest of starts. Was finding sand everywhere, and you know, these last 3 holes here, starting back at the 13th, the par 3, he's put together 3 good holes, lots of good golf swings back to back, and he's just now starting to find a little bit of rhythm.
Rahm looking to do the same.
Positive stroke there from Rahm. Once he gets settled and he puts those hands on for the last time, gets that little forward press, and then boom, that club comes back, and that is a beautiful two-putt par there for Rahm after an errant second shot into the green.
There was a loud plane that flew over right when he was over that ball, so nice commitment by Jon Rahm there. That was a bit distracting.
Fitzpatrick walks that one in, so a trio of pars. And the first stretch of the Green Mile. Matt Fitzpatrick, top of the leaderboard, 3 under. Quite a few players at 3 under par in the early going, a morning wave. As our group moves to the 17th. Captain Keegan, 3 under through 4. Luke Donald, Ryan Fox, Nico Echeverria, Tommy Fleetwood, Steven Yeager, Rasmus Højgaard, all tied atop, and a couple of major winners round out the first page of the leaderboard. Scotty Scheffler, world #1, and Jon Rahm in our group. Alex Noren, the Swede. Alex Smalley, how about that? He gets into this field, Colin, because Sahith Theegala withdrew yesterday. And now Smalley making the most of it. And 2 under par in his opening 9. Good for him.
Yeah, it's great. You get an opportunity like that, you've got to pounce on it.
Garrick Higo, winner on the tour a couple weeks ago. Come from behind victory over Joel Damon in Bermuda. And Rory McIlroy, who has won at Quail Hollow 4 times in his career, even through 5. And we take a look at the par 3 17th. Colin, 31 double bogeys or worse in 2017.
Yeah, and that is because of that sea of blue water there. Look at this. It's almost what we would class as a semi-island green. Multiple teeing boxes. So you're going to see this golf hole here played at varying yardages today. 227 yards. And a lot of that is due to the fact that this pin is pushed all the way back in the back left portion of the green. Previous green was on 30 and 6. This one here, 30 and 7. Now again, there's a little spine that runs through this green, sort of north-south. Anything that is left of that spine, it'll get pushed down towards the blue penalty area. Anything that is on the right side of that spine will end up down in that collection area. Also too, the middle of the green sort of tilts and pushes from back to front and then from front to back in that midsection. So very challenging green complex for a hole of this length. And we go all the way back to the tee and we find our man Matt Fitzpatrick ready to pull the trigger.
Joanna, it looks like we got quite a big gallery here on the 17th.
Great gallery. Grandstands are full. Everyone's having a fun time. He was staring that one down. I think he liked it in the air, just a little short.
And we've seen that a bit today. Quail Hollow Club. Got some challenging green complexes, different shells, different pockets, runoffs.
Same thing, a little draw.
On a pretty good shot there from Matt. Appears to be trying to sweep something in a little bit from right to left. Maybe started at the camera tower. hear him begging on the tee for it to sit. You'll see so many players hit this about 2 more yards than what Jon Rahm hit, and they'll end up in that penalty area. But that one, all in all, a good shot.
I mean, I think it's in between, but I think this is probably the right shot.
Okay. Yeah. A little flighted with decent draw.
Caddy Joe LaCavra in there for just a brief conversation. And he is set up well right of this green, Joanna, trying to sweep something in.
Yes, wind looks like it's off the right. It was swirling a little bit.
That is a great
big
shot.
first hop, perfect.
That is about as good as you could do here at 17. That'll leave a very, very makeable putt back up the hill for Cantlay.
Well, the scoring hasn't necessarily come around for Cantlay, but it definitely seems like he has found his confidence. Great shot here on the 17th.
Incredible. Unbelievable.
You ought to kiss that putter, Lee.
It's a great one. He knew it.
Absolutely gone wild.
A great atmosphere here at Quail Hollow Club, and it seems like the patrons have really flocked in over the last 45 minutes or so. You see large galleries following a lot of different groups, and there's some big names out on the golf course right now, including all 3 in our featured group: Patrick Cantlay, Jon Rahm, and Matthew Fitzpatrick here at the par 3 17th. I'm Eric Rothman alongside Colin Swatton and Joanna Coe. Both Matthew Fitzpatrick and Jon Rahm, a very nice start to their opening round. Fitzpatrick, one of a handful of guys at 3 under par, and Cantlay, is 3 over after the first 3 holes, has steadied the ship quite a bit, and a birdie, and is now in a great position here on the 17th. Really, Colin, anything you can do to steal a shot in the Green Mile, listen, even through these 3 holes is pretty good, but if you can somehow steal a shot like Patrick Cantlay, who's in a decent position here for birdie, you are coming away on cloud 9.
Yeah, he's really found some form. You referenced that poor start that he got off to, but he's made really a stretch of holes there, sort of 13, 14, and 15, where he's put some good swings together, and now another good swing here at 17 and a legitimate chance at birdie. But Fitzpatrick is going to be the first to play. He came up just a little short that sort of shelf that sort of runs sort of north, south, and east, west through this green here, creating sort of 4 quadrants for pin locations. And now he's going to have to putt it up and over that little ridge towards this pin location. This should still have a little bit of movement in it as well, Joanna.
Absolutely, especially the last third of the putt, breaking towards the water. Somehow, 2 of the 3 players in our group have uphill putts. A little too much respect.
Leave it short.
Yeah, just that is a notoriously fast putt that you have on the property there, and as Joanna mentioned too, a lot of movement from right to left, especially late. You'll see as these greens start to dry out throughout the day here, that last sort of 3 or 4 feet of putt, you might see it move, you know, another foot in either direction depending on where the slope's from. But as you said, a couple of players with good uphill looks here, and the first to go is Jon Rahm.
This is a green light opportunity. He's just on the fringe, but uphill right to left is exactly what you want.
Jon Rahm with quite a bit of pace, just lips off the right edge. That birdie would have moved him atop the leaderboard. Instead, he'll try to clean up the par.
It's just been a good solid start really for Jon Rahm since the gun went off this morning. We take one, we'll look at this one here. Grab that sort of right top edge and just spin out. Great effort too. Talking of great efforts, it was a great effort to get this one a little bit beyond the hole here for Cantlay, and a very good look here, Joanna.
It's a great look because it's uphill, but big swinger left to right. All depends on how much pace he wants to give into this putt, but Rahm's was a little bit more green light.
His only hold, 24 feet of putt so far.
Lined up way out to the left. Oh, what an effort.
Oh, that's about as good as you can do there.
Oh my goodness, I thought it was going to go in the back door there for a second.
I did too.
Wow.
I gotta tell you, Patrick Cantlay, the way he has played the last 5 holes, you would think he is right up top the leaderboard. You know, just those first 3 holes set him back, but he has really played some solid golf, given himself excellent birdie opportunities on really, especially this hole, one of the toughest holes on the course.
Yeah, it's interesting, you know, you go back and you look at the 2 scorecards there of, you know, this man here, Matthew Fitzpatrick, and also too Patrick Cantlay. Like, you know, Matt Fitzpatrick hit just about every tree on the property in his first 3 or 4 holes, you know, and now is at 3 under par, you know, co-leader, and arguably just got a couple of good breaks and capitalized on them.
Sneaks that one in for a good 2-putt par. And again, for how much Fitzpatrick has struggled with the flat stick, 143rd strokes gained putting on PGA Tour this season. He has been very comfortable putting in the opening 9 today.
Yeah, he has holed 61 feet of putts through his first 8 holes, and you know, including that bomb he made at the first hole, his 10th, well, the 10th hole, his first of the day, which from just inside 37 feet. Now with Rahm just a little left for his par.
Easy does it for Jon Rahm. Head to the 18th hole, the hardest hole on this golf course at the 2017 PGA Championship. Was a cumulative 190 over par. Colin, what makes it so difficult?
Well, it's a difficult fairway to hit in itself. The fairway sits at about a 45-degree angle to the players on the tee box. The lone bunker up the right-hand side, but it's also too heavily wooded up that right side. And you can see that creek, it meanders the entire length of this hole. Starts from beyond the green, wanders all the way down to in front of the tee box. So a challenging tee shot into this hole, and then a very difficult second shot into this hole. Pin location, it'll be all over this green, but today, the first pin location here on Thursday, up in the back right-hand portion. Little shelf you can see dissects this green in two from east-west. Get a little frisky, you can use that bank just to the right-hand side of the pin location. Try and work it in there. And of course, a little bonus coverage of the group ahead. Fleetwood.
Jason Day. Yep.
Phil Mickelson.
Yeah,
rounds out the trio.
Group. Colin, a lot has been made about Jason's, fashion over the last couple of years with his sponsorship with Malbon. How often are you and him talking about the clothes he wears at some of these tournaments?
I'll put it this way: he offered. I haven't accepted yet, but you know what? They make a really good product. I got the chance to spend some time with Stephen Malbon. This one dangerously left.
Got some Marshall.
Might actually have hung up on the hill. In fact, it has.
Yeah.
That's a lucky break there for Fitzpatrick.
Popped up there and dropped off down in front of it.
Gotta tell you, Joanna, if you're not ready to go, that Matthew Fitzpatrick is not waiting around for anybody.
Not at all. I couldn't see it because he is that fast.
And that'll be Jon Rahm with the driver in hand, Joanna.
This should suit him. It's something that bleeds down the left and ends up in the middle of the fairway, away from trouble. That's starting a little too far left. Needs to cut more. Ooh, just found a little cutout.
It's perfect, right?
Well, it is now, John, but had Joanna's attention for a long time.
John.
Now Cantlay stepping to the plate. Fought himself a little bit off the tee so far through the day.
Just down the right side, straight ball.
Sure.
Just to the left of that fairway bunker. And another confident swing for Patrick Cantlay. Just trying to claw his way back after going 3 over through his opening 3 holes. Has settled down nicely as our players walk down the par 4 18th.
Michael Cartrude is headed to the PGA Championship.
It means everything. I have 2 kids, family. To be able to qualify for a major championship, it's an honor, and it's also something I've worked for my whole life. 4 years ago, we're trying to make it on the Latin Tour. Now, fast forward, I'm a Class A PGA professional, and I'm lead assistant at the Bears Club, and super proud of where I'm at, and to qualify for a major is great. My wife is so supportive of what I do and my dreams and my goals. I'm so thankful for her constant effort to push me and to make me better and support me through everything. It's great.
The Corebridge Financial Team of 20 PGA of America golf professionals who have qualified to play in the PGA Championship this year. And congratulations to all of them for the accomplishment. And that is just one of the coolest things about the PGA Championship, Colin, every year, is being able to highlight some of these stories and see these guys compete. You know, a lot of them, like you saw there with Michael talking about, hey, you know, I tried to make it. I was on the Latin Tour for a little while, and now a PGA professional, and an opportunity to kind of keep those competitive juices going, and an opportunity to play on the biggest stage in golf.
Yeah, so many of these guys, all fine players in their own right, choose a path, a journey to become a PGA professional, and they go into what is a very rigorous training process, learn how the operations of the business work. You can see they were doing some grip repairing, things like that, and they really do a wonderful job servicing the members of all these clubs.
Yeah, we've got an analyst on our team here, Colin, today, who's still swinging it competitively every once in a while as well. Joanna, who won the Women's Philly PGA Professional Championship last year, made the Women's PGA Cup team. So tip of the cap to you, Joanna.
Well, thank you. I will be playing in the KPMG Women's PGA Championship in June at PGA
Excellent.
Frisco.
Cannot wait to watch.
There's just so many wonderful playing opportunities with the PGA of America in our own sections. Lots of national opportunities, and again, it's a dream come true for these guys to tee it up against the best players in the world, and same for the women's side. So it is an amazing association that does a lot for the game of golf.
Fitzpatrick got the ball well below his feet here, Joanna, on the ridge.
Yeah, you see he's lowering his center of gravity. Got to stay in this shot for clean contact. It's leaking a little right. Typical off a lie like that.
Yeah, all in all, not a bad result. But Matt finding that bunker. It'll be a little bit downhill. It should be manageable for a guy of his abilities around the green.
And this hole in 2017, the second largest scoring difference when missing the fairway, a half a stroke difference on average if you miss the first cut. Here's Cantlay in the fairway down the right side.
No tree trouble for him. Wind off the left. It's starting at the pin, cutting just away from it.
Oh my goodness.
It didn't sound like he liked it.
And that's a good 20 yards too long.
Well, you can't blame the yardage book this week, Colin. They've got the distance zappers. They can know exactly where the pin is.
Yeah, that is going to be a difficult up and down from the back of the green. All downhill. Now Rahm, after a gorgeous tee shot, challenging that left side. Just 163, all that remains.
It's left of it, cutting towards it.
Jon Rahm, wonderful approach here, and a chance for birdie at the 18th. So getting rewarded, Colin, for challenging that creek that runs down the left side and making the most of a good break, staying on that fairway, and now in position here with a birdie, get himself in a tie for the lead. Looks like we've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 players at 3 under par right now.
Yeah, a little softer conditions. Obviously, quite a deal of rain came through early in the week. Monday was pretty much a complete washout. They say almost 4 inches of rain fell on the property. So they've made the greens just a little more receptive. They made the fairways just a little bit more receptive as well. And you put the best players in the world on a course that with not a lot of wind and softer conditions, and they're going to take advantage of it, albeit in a major championship, the PGA Championship.
Colin, how much does it affect a player if a practice day gets washed out and you're not able to get out on the course?
Yeah, I think it does create a little bit of sort of, I haven't done what I normally would set out to do in a typical practice week or preparation for a major. So a lot of guys, their hand was forced a little bit, obviously playing the week before. You know, they travel Sunday night, they get in Monday, it's a wash, then they've really only got 2 days to prep for it. But a lot of players have played this venue in previous years, host to a regular PGA Tour event.
And Cantlay with a really bad miss considering where his tee shot ended up. Joanna, what's he dealing with behind the green now?
I tried to get close to the ball. I couldn't even see the ball. So the only good thing is the wind's a little into, but it is downhill. The ball's sitting down. This is going to take something special, flop shot type of execution here.
Remember, folks, we saw in the flyover there is that little shelf that sort of cuts this green in two, sort of east-west. So again, if he hits this one with a little bit too much heat, this could end up down in the middle front third of the green.
Hang on. There's that shelf, Colin, and there it goes.
That's just a spot on the yardage book. You put a big red X. Can't be there.
I'm sort of scratching my head a little bit, you know, not a lot of wind. What wind is there is probably a little bit down and off the left, and that was a big miscue from the fairway to find that position. And now Fitzpatrick from the sand on the right side.
He's just grinding today. Got to do it in first round of a major.
Guys, what do we think? If Matt Fitzpatrick is out playing by himself, is he finishing 18 holes in like 2 hours and 20 minutes? He is he's just ready to hit.
Yeah, just run over and let him know as they're walking off this green, Joanna. He can't play any faster than the group in front.
Playing through. Here we go.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so many of these golfers have a rhythm or a cadence that they play to, and last thing you want to do is to get out of your rhythm. And Matt, known for being one of the faster players.
Colin, look how far Cantlay's ball trailed out after hitting that shelf and that ridge. And this is for par coming up, and he was in dead center from the fairway. And now he's going to do well to make a bogey. It's a huge miscalculation here on the 18th.
Yeah, real head scratcher there. You know, we had that putt from just inside 50 feet back at the 12th. Managed to two-putt that.
Within the flat, the shadow of the flag stick there, but still, Patrick Cantlay just cannot be happy with how this hole has turned out. Just when it seemed like he was starting to feel good, too.
Yeah, that's a great point. You know, he just sort of really started to find his stride. You talk about that stretch of 5 holes where he was putting good swing after good swing, and it looked like he made a decent pass at it, but it was just, you know, 15 yards too long as We watch Jon Rahm now going through a very, very solid opening 8 holes, and yet another good look here for birdie at the 18th.
He's already made 60 feet of putts so far, including a 33-footer back on the 11th.
Should move ever so slightly to his right.
And for sure the lead. Boy, he is just burning those edges of those holes.
I'd say too, Colin, that's about as good as you would hope to play this green mile. You know, give yourselves a couple good looks at birdie. I know they didn't fall for Rahm, but got to give you some confidence making the turn with how well he played 16, 17, and 18.
I would agree. It's been a very, very solid round of golf, as we've got our first worm camp, of course, from Dan Parrott. He's joined the team here for Matt Fitzpatrick after that long time companionship between him and Billy Foster came to an end. What's your read on it, Joanna?
It's probably inside right with a little bit of pace. Caddy was practically laying on the green trying to get a sense for this one, but should be inside right.
To remain atop the leaderboard at 3 under.
Oh, that was a pull all the way. Started left.
First bogey of the day for Matt Fitzpatrick. Disappointing close to his opening 9. 3 birdies and a bogey. 34 in for Fitzpatrick. Disappointing bogey there for Cantlay. The errant approach. And a lot of squares on that scorecard. 3 over par for Cantlay, still searching for the first major of his career. Second 9 for our featured group when we return.
Well, welcome back, and let's take a look at Matt Fitzpatrick And highlights from earlier today. This is at the 10th long range putt from just inside 37 feet. He knocks that one down. And here at the driver par 4, 14th. Had struggled with the driver for most of the morning, but not here at the 14th. Gets a very nice soft bounce. And that would result in a 2-putt birdie for him. And then this is at 15. Just a very basic little chip from the front of the green. And sets up yet another birdie to get him into a position as co-leader. But this is back at 18 after finding the bunker on the right side. A little pull there, and he spends one at 18 to fall back to 2 under par and to fall out of that bunch leaderboard at 3 under par.
Did a good job. Hit 6 of 9 greens on the front 9. Excuse me, his front 9, the back 9 on this course for Matthew Fitzpatrick. Keegan Bradley, Luke Donald, Ryan Fox, David Puig, Alex Noren, and Alex Smalley all at 3 under. As we welcome you back as ESPN Plus and the PGA of America proudly present the 2025 PGA Championship, as we continue to bring you first round featured group coverage live from Quail Hollow Club here in Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm Eric Rothman alongside Colin Swatton, and Joanna Coe is walking with our featured group today as we move to hole number 1 on the course, the 10th hole for our players here today. This par 4 first, the second hardest hole back in the 2017 PGA Championship, and it's Jon Rahm. Joanna.
Every time Jon Rahm has a hole that's moving in that left to right direction, he is swinging with a lot of confidence and found the fairway yet again here at his 10th of the day, the first. It's been shortened some 19 yards since back in 2017 for the PGA Championship. Don't blink. Matt Fitzpatrick next to play. And the early tee pickup is always a good sign. And that's a nice stout poke too from Matthew.
Cozying up to Jon Rahm's ball. Let's see if Cantlay can just forget about the opening 9. A restart here. Looks like 3 good tee shots for our group.
Yeah, you could throw a blanket over those 3.
And the Charlotte Triangle of golf balls in the fairway here at the first. Our players make the turn on a beautiful day at Quail Hollow Club.
It's a long one. It's definitely a hard one. You know, when you tee it up in that first hole, you have to hit a perfect drive. You're going to make bogey.
Yeah, it's intimidating. You've got those 3 big bunkers that are looking at you from the fairway. But if you miss that tee shot, then obviously you're just trying to scramble for a 4.
The green is pretty narrow, which makes it challenging. It kind of slopes right to left, so you got to hit 2 really quality shots. So you got to look for birdie there.
It's just a relentless golf course, and it starts with the first hole.
Well, you wouldn't know how hard this hole has played given those 3 tee shots. Beautifully done from Rahm, Fitzpatrick, and Cantlay. But the issue really, if you go back to 2017, Colin, was not necessarily getting off the tee. It was hitting the green. Only 33% of players had greens in regulations in 2017. So the 3rd hardest green to hit at a major opening hole over the last 20 years. So get off the tee just fine. It's more the second shot that can give you trouble.
Yeah, only 2 birdies have been registered here at the first hole for these guys, our featured group. That's the 10th of the day. Playing to a stroke average or a scoring average of 4.37 already. It's ranked as the 4th most difficult so far through today. 16th, of course, wearing that tag at the moment. It's the most difficult hole on the course. I love what Fazio did too. I remember the first time I came to the Quail Hollow Club, this actually used to be a different stretch of holes. It was a par 4 and a par 3. Fazio combined the former first and second holes and changed from a 418 yard to a 500 plus hole. As you heard Jon Rahm describe, it's a long one. I think it's a great opening hole now. Definitely worthy of a championship such as the PGA.
A lot of deliberation here for Matt Fitzpatrick, Joanna.
Yeah, crunching numbers, it's downhill shot. A little downhill lie, pins back. Needs to land it just short and let it trundle up that hill. A lot of calculating.
We know her. It's not more comfortable off the cliff. I think I'm preferring a stronger one of them. I think the 5's got potential on the one to shoot. Yeah, you can finish on that one. Yeah.
This is the longest he's taken all day. Beauty.
Boomerang in there for Matt Fitzpatrick. Wonderful shot.
He could not have landed that any better. He actually pitched it straight into the upslope just short of the green. You heard Joanna describing, and that's what sort of killed that speed. A little bit of a sort of a false edge to the back of the screen, the back left.
All 3 players have very similar shots. It's going to come out a little low. I'm hoping to do exactly what Matthew Fitzpatrick just did. This one's coming out a little higher. I'm going to land a little softer. Short.
Goodness gracious.
Cantlay wants to go to the beach today.
Another missed green, another fairway hit, and a back-to-back holes, Colin, where Patrick Cantlay is sitting in the middle of the fairway and doesn't even come close to hitting the green.
And these greens, they really need to be hit with the correct shape of the shot. With this green complex that tilts from right to left, anything coming in there with too much draw bias on it will be repelled off the green, as we just saw. Now Rahm, slightly different angle for him, now hitting a little bit more up the green.
Definitely a better angle with wind off the right as well. It's starting left.
Hang on.
Both of those look like they've got a relatively clean lie. They'll have a bit of green to work with, and of course I'll be pitching those 2 bunker shots back up into the slope a little bit, back into the green, make it somewhat more manageable. It's beautiful golf course, great crowds. We've seen that really from the get-go this morning.
Also seeing, Colin, why it's so difficult to hit this green. You mentioned it. You know, it's not about where you're positioned. It seems like after your first shot, it's, you know, what kind of shot making, shot selection are you in tune with? And I have to imagine that when you have situations like Cantlay, who has now missed a couple of good opportunities from the fairway, maybe starts leaning on Joe LaCava a little bit more and saying, you know what, I clearly whatever I'm seeing here or whatever I'm doing is not working. Is there something that Joe LaCava can do to kind of help out some of these angles or some of these, you know, shot shapes that Cantlay's taking, or is it pretty much just Cantlay's got to figure it out on his own?
I think it's a little combo effort. I think, you know, Patrick will be, you know, digging to the vault right now, sort of saying, okay, what are my tendencies? What are the shape shots I'm hitting? You know, am I hitting and mishitting it in the face? And he'll be drawing on all of those sorts of things there to sort of go over that catalog of information that he's built up over the time with Jamie Mulligan, of course, his longtime swing coach. But then also, too, Joe LaCava has to step in at these points and start to reiterate exactly what you mentioned, which is, okay, what's our finish line? What's our finish target? You know, really trying to help, you know, Patrick Cantlay get really focused on his, not only his intention, but the type of shot that he wants to hit and where he wants it to finish, because you cannot keep missing these greens around the Quail Hollow Club and expect to continue to just scramble and be around for the weekend.
Both players have nice lies in the bunker. At the hole, we'll move a little left. Just green, short-sided here.
Anytime you get yourself short-sided around this golf course, it's always going to be a challenge. And even for the short game prowess, Jon Rahm mentions all the time the creativity of Severiano Ballesteros around the greens. Now Cantlay. That thing is laid way open, Joanna.
You have to. I think this is a little bit more the difficult shot. Oh, lucky here.
Almost jotted.
That was helpful. That would probably been outside of Rahm's ball.
All look to be pretty similar distances. Cantlay the closest there on the left side. It's like Fitzpatrick and Rahm have determined that Rahm will putt first, and Rahm is coming off an opening 9 without a bogey. First time in 9 career starts at a PGA Championship. Bogey free through his opening 9 holes.
This will be quick, downhill left to right. Looks shiny from my side of the green, so down green.
He's made a number of these par saves to others remain in red figures, but this one of the longer ones.
First bogey of the day for Jon Rahm, and boy, if you're going to start on the second 9 like this group did, you have to play the 4 hardest holes on this course in a row: 16, 17, 18, and 1. And Rahm picks up the bogey there. And just to reiterate, guys, how hard this stretch is, both Rory McIlroy and Scottie Scheffler double bogeyed the 16th hole just a few moments ago. Scheffler eagled the 15th. Rory birdied the 15th. Both followed those up with double bogeys. So such a tough stretch of holes as Fitzpatrick now trying to avoid the same fate.
Uphill opportunity here. Tricky little read though. Slope comes off the bunker, but then overall this green will be left to right from his left. So this might be a little bit of a straighter putt than most people would think.
Yeah, my apologies. This one for birdie after that very nice approach shot. Fitzpatrick would close the front 9, his front 9, with a disappointing bogey. Comes to the first hole and comes away with a birdie. Not too many of those here at hole number 1 today.
Yeah, that is a great bounce back stat right there. Birdie following a bogey, especially on a very difficult hole such as the first here.
I feel like this is a very important putt for Cantlay. Downhill, might move a touch left, but not a lot.
You know, you hear these players, they talk about momentum all the time. Obviously got off to that difficult start with bogeys at 11, the double at 12, but then really strung together, you know, a series of 5 or 6 holes where he actually played nicely, and that little hiccup at 18, and now challenged here again at 1.
Yeah, that's a tough one with slope off the bunker. Almost moved right.
Yeah, it certainly looked like that from our vantage point. It almost looked like he had it started as an inside right edge putt. A little shake of the head says that was definitely a misread. And he'll spend 1 here at the first, slide to 4 over par, and he has his work ahead of him.
No doubt about that.
A good little pin by Mr. Kerry Haig.
Kerry's had a few of them today by the looks of it.
Move to the par 4 second hole, 454-yard dog leg left.
Yeah, you need a really good tee shot here. It's a really difficult hole. Some guys just can't quite fit the driver in, go back for 3-wood, but you've got to be careful not to overcook it or turn it too much from right to left. Those trees down the left side really do creep in. And then, boy, oh boy, as you then play an uphill second shot into this green, as so many of them are here at Quail Hollow, have a lot of character. Anything right of this pin location will get rejected down off that false side, and it'll run all the way down into probably that first cut, or if not, into the rough there on the right side. So difficult tee shot. You can see there looking back from the fairway back towards the tee box. It does slope a lot from the players left to right. And then I said, as you saw, a challenging second shot in here. The difficulty is to find the fairway.
Matthew Fitzpatrick, Joanna, he's coming off what was just the 3rd birdie of the day at the first hole.
It's been scrappy but effective. Starting down the middle, slight fade with the soft fairway should be fine. That creep into the
pretty
rough.
Disgusted with that swing. He did not like it one bit.
Perhaps he was trying to hit a draw.
think that was the case. We saw that left foot come up and off the ground. Real power move. Tried to turn it from right to left. And the old double cross. Difficult tee shot here for Rahm. Set up well left, Joanna.
Starting it over the trees, left, right in the middle of them. As long as it covers, it's a great line.
Oh, look at that one, Eric. Perfect.
Covered it and then
trees?
some. Yeah. Cantlay just trying to get something going.
He's got the double cross miss. He's been missing them right and left.
Starting just right of Rahm's line, actually drawing.
Oh, he outdrives Jon Rahm as he finds the fairway as well here at the second. Cantlay and Rahm in a good position here at the second hole. Matthew Fitzpatrick deep in the rough. Lock in your PGA Championship winner at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with the promo code BIRDIE to get started today. And take a look at the live odds brought to you by ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Jon Rahm, 11-1 right now. Patrick Cantlay, a long shot. And Matt Fitzpatrick, pretty good value for a guy who's just one shot off the lead. 60-1 for Matt Fitzpatrick. And all of those odds will continue to change throughout the day and throughout the week. Colin, two of our three competitors with nice shots off the tee here at the par 4 second. And Fitzpatrick, the double cross over there on the right. You see Cantlay and Rahm nearing 320 yards in the center of the fairway.
Yeah, two beautiful drives there from Cantlay and Rahm. Taking the aggressive line up and over the trees on the left-hand side. That's Fitzpatrick. Similar tee shots that he hit back at 10 and 11, both missing well right. Did we get a look at the lie there, Joanna?
I did. Sitting down, juicy lie over there. He doesn't really have tree trouble. He needs to just keep it a little down the left side. So I think he's going to be going towards the left side of the green, but he can manage this.
Wow, did really well to stay in that first cut of grass, but boy, oh boy, did he have to gouge that out.
Yeah.
He went way downstairs with a lot of speed. Plenty of green to work with. Try and save his par here.
He was swinging a pickaxe there.
That's exactly what it looked like. You're right.
That one out of there.
Too much spin. Pushing the right a bit or no? Just a touch, yeah. Give it a little bit of room.
That's code for stay left of this pin, please, John. Oh, great look there. Elevated second shot here up to that pin location. Anything that's too far right, too much spin will get rejected off the green. This man can generate a lot of spin, Joanna.
He sure can. This is a safe play to the left.
Oh, getting better by the second. Hold on now. Oh, the fans, they love the spin. They love the fizz.
Rahm trying to bounce back after his first bogey of the day at the first hole. He just seems really confident here in his opening round.
He does. Cantlay, his pitch mark's about a yard away. He was inspecting this ball. I couldn't see any mud on it, but it should be clear.
Fine shots there from Rahm and Cantlay. That is the benefit of finding the fairway here at the second. Of course, their 11th hole of the day. These guys starting on the 10th tee this morning.
And Colin, is this an opportunity now here starting at the second hole where these guys can go, all right, take a deep breath. I just got through the 4 hardest holes on the course. Now I can kind of turn my attention to, for Cantlay, steady the ship, maybe gain a stroke or two. And for Rahm and Fitzpatrick saying, all right, I got through the hardest stretch. Maybe one hole I'd like to have back. But other than that, I'm in really good position here to make a run in the final 7-8 holes.
Yeah, I think they've definitely got through the meat and potatoes of the golf course. And, as they start now this stretch, the third hole today playing as the 5th most difficult. It's a very difficult fairway to find there, but if you can manage to get through that hole there, really they're all relatively easy holes all the way through, and of course until the 9th hole, which has been lengthened since 2017 in the PGA Championships then. So these guys have an opportunity now to try and put something up on the board. I think for these guys, I think for Rahm, Fitzpatrick especially, they'll have a number, I would say, probably in the back of their mind of 4 or 5. And their job now is to set amongst trying to achieve that.
Well, Rahm is in a good position here to get one back again after that birdie at the first. And he is will wait his turn for Matthew Fitzpatrick, who again was in a bit of trouble off the tee and now short of the green for his 3rd shot. And Joanna, the ball well below the green here. What's Matt Fitzpatrick dealing with?
He's in the first cut of rough. It's going to be slow uphill, left to right. If he misses right at all, that will fall off the face of the planet. So he needs to go towards the shadow of the flag left. But this is all about distance here because it is slow. It's a slow pitch uphill.
And you can see that all too familiar left-hand low pitching technique. Padraig Harrington did that also for a little while. Vijay Singh also really keeps that left wrist in a flex position.
That was really well done. Go in.
Getting even better by the second. That'll be an easy tap-in par for Matt Fitzpatrick, Colin.
Yeah, you give these guys, the best players in the world, a fairly simple pitch shot from out of the first cut of rough, and they're going to do that more often than not. And he just adds to that tally. 2 of 3 in scrambling so far today. Make that 3 of 4 for Fitzpatrick. As Joanna said, it hasn't been the prettiest of rounds, but the scorecard has no comments column. Look at that, 3 under.
I like that. Has no comments column.
Plenty of circles on that one.
Cantlay would desperately like a circle here after a string of squares.
Slow putt. Gonna move a little bit to his right.
Every time he's been challenged with those slower putts, we've seen the ball die and go across the hole, miss on the low side. Let's see if he can hit this one with a little more authority. Well, he hit it with authority, but that was well left of the hole there.
Cantlay, who's still searching for his first major, Colin, has really gotten off to some poor starts over the past few years. He's +4 today. Go back to the 2022 PGA Championship. He was 6 over par after the first round. The 2021 Masters, 7 over par. So, you know, tough to get into contention in a major when you are shooting yourself in the foot in the opening round. Is Rahm now a birdie opportunity?
And he would have learned a lot from Patrick Cantlay just a moment ago, who, you know, you could say misread that a little bit, played a little too far outside left. Let's see if he can make the pivot and adjustment here and hit it with just a little less break.
Bounce back hole for Jon Rahm. Erases the bogey at 1 and moves back to 2 under par for the championship. Out of the 3rd hole, Colin, you mentioned it. Really the 1st, the 3rd, and the 9th, the 3 hardest holes on this opening 9. The second 9 for our players here today. This is the #1 handicap for members here at Quail Hollow. This par 4 3rd hole. Challenging with 488 yards of length.
Yeah, the tee shot there is very narrow. There's an oak tree that sits on the left side of it. If you get anything left off the tee, you get blocked by that. And that bunker down the right-hand side, as you saw in that flyover, you get in that, you can barely get it to the front of the green, and there is so much character going on in this green. Pin location all the way in the back left today, but as they say, sometimes the straighter the hole, the more difficult it is to hit the fairway, and that's because you don't have anything to move it off or around, or in the case of back there at the 2nd hole, over. And some people can't point this straight. Just 3 birdies, as you mentioned. Stroke average already almost a half a shot over par. That will continue to tick over throughout the day. Set up a little right bias here, looking to maybe draw something off that bunker.
Well, it's starting at the bunker and not drawing. This is right at the bunker.
Got a kick out towards the pine straw and the trees, the big tall pines that guard the right side. To wait until Joanna gets up there to see if we've got any tree trouble there for Jon Rahm.
Players at the 2017 PGA Championship hit this fairway just 56% of the time. It was the 4th hardest fairway to hit in that championship.
It's a great one right down the middle. A little fade.
Right in the mayor's office there for Fitzpatrick. And we're only 35 birdies made against 147 bogeys or worse in this hole back in 2017 for the PGA Championship. It is a beast. Get through here in 4 and you are gaining strokes on the field, that is for certain.
Cantlay starting left, not fading enough. 4 left.
Heard it hit trees and got someone pointing back in there. It's big tall pines and that big oak tree too that I mentioned in the flyover. That'll have some issues there for Patrick Cantlay.
Cantlay again in trouble off the tee. And the bad round getting worse for him. A shot of Charlotte, North Carolina. I imagine not a whole lot of work being done in downtown Charlotte today. A lot of the residents taking in this opening round of our major championship. Jon Rahm, 320 yards off the tee, but he is well right. Fitzpatrick down the middle, and Patrick Cantlay once again has missed left. And Colin, it has been an adventure for Patrick Cantlay off the tee today, and his statistics will be forgettable, to say the least, after this round is over. You know, 5 out of 10 fairways hit, but I'll be completely honest, it's felt a lot worse than that at times.
Yeah, I think if you polled me and you said how many fairways has Patrick Cantlay hit today, I would have said 3. But he has really struggled off the tee, and if you get out of position around here, it can be a world of pain. But also, too, you know, he's made a couple of mistakes really from the middle of the fairways as well that have resulted in bogeys today. So he hasn't had his best stuff both off the tee as well as with the iron game, and usually it's his iron game that is sort of paramount. There's a lot of good quality shots, known as being a ball striker, but the way he's eyeing up this lie here, it could be a little bit more of a challenge than we think. Joanna, did you get a peek at it at all?
Cantlay or Rahm?
We're looking at Cantlay right now. So I get with his, I think he was only 280 some yards off the tee, which I would assume meaning he's going to go first unless he's thinking about it too long and Rahm's ready to go.
Yes, no, it's just Rahm's got an interesting shot. We can discuss that in a minute, but Cantlay has 205, and the tree right on top of him is not the issue. It's the next tree. So the ball is sitting down. It's not a great lie. He needs to elevate this above the next tree in front of him, but he's probably going to go a little to the right, be conservative at the TV tower.
Never going to go 90.
Huh?
Never going to go 90.
No, but I mean, can you just start scooting in front of you that way? Rather than try to fly it there? Does that make more sense?
Yeah, I could try. It's probably a 5-iron. It brings that tree into play.
Well, there's that tree I was talking about in the flyover, the big oak tree that sits between Cantlay and the pin location in the back left here at the third.
So he hit a little mid-trajectory one down the right side. That's well done. He clearly couldn't go over that tree. It's about all he could do.
That's a good suggestion by Joe LaCava there.
Yeah. Yeah. Can't you scoot something up there? Like, come on, pro, fly that plane. You know. But he managed to get it up on that top shelf, which is great. It's going to be a fast putt, but that is a great recovery shot there for Patrick. I love how stoic he is too. You know, his back's against the wall, but you know he has the game and the confidence in himself and the belief.
We'll go to Fitzpatrick in the fairway as Rahm's still figuring things out over on the right side.
This is just left of it.
Oh. Left and long. It's almost a little bit like the shot that we saw on number 18, the 9th of the day.
Rahm's moving quickly over here. He needs to hit a low hook out of the pine straw. This should be fun to watch. That was well done. Hit a couple leaves on the way, but that's all you could do.
Hanging on the edge of that bunker.
Oh, no.
Did it go in?
It did not. It actually stayed out. Let's take a look at exactly what Joanna was referencing here. Plays it out super low, hooking it. Look how much rough it had to cover. And now you watch the end of this one, this shot here, Eric. It thinks it's in the bunker, and then it says, no, hang on a second. Did it go in? Did it go in or stay out, Joanna?
I'm not up there yet. I don't see a ball, though.
I'd call it. I think you were right that it stayed out. There was that clump of sand outside of the bunker that kind of almost camouflaged the ball, so it was tough to see if it stayed in or not, or it stayed out or not, I should say.
And if it's out, how does he play it? He's going to be 1 foot in, 1 foot out, and gripping on the steel. Like, this is going to be some kind of shot if that is the case. You can see Joanna's little wheels there. Look at him. She's marching herself up the fairway to get a look at this lie. Nice work too, Joanna. This is your first time on the ground, is it not?
First time ever. It's been so much fun.
You've been doing a great job being our eyes and ears on the ground.
So he is in the bunker.
Okay.
That would have been more difficult if that stayed out, but I see what you're talking about. There's some footprints right behind the bunker here, but he has a good lie.
Well, that is good news for Jon Rahm. I don't think he could have ran up there any quicker, because he would know if that was out of the bunker that he would almost have no shot at all. But now with just a lengthy, long bunker shot, makes it somewhat more easier and achievable.
And it seems like, I would assume, between Rahm and Fitzpatrick, that Fitzpatrick's got the tougher of the two shots here, Joanna, with missing the green long and left. Obviously, where he was in the middle of the fairway has got to be perturbed that he has found himself in this position.
That's exactly right. It reminds me of Cantlay's miss on 18, just on the opposite side. Now, downhill, it's not sitting as poorly as Cantlay's shot on 18, but still he's going to have to hit something really high and soft.
Well, nice big deep breath there from Jon Rahm, just to try and settle himself in a little bit. Last time he was in the bunker was back at the first. Flew it way too far past, resulted in a bogey. And he is not settled. Incredibly humid today, is it not?
It is hot, and you know it's even hotter in the bunker, so Got to get that sweat out of his face. He's not going to be happy with that one.
Yeah, he just never looks settled. He's going to have a very lengthy putt if he's to avoid dropping another one. 2 and 3 holes.
Does Fitzpatrick hit flop shots cross-handed? Oh, he does.
Now this is going to be an underhinge here for sure with a left-hand low.
Great touch.
A little bit easier than the one that Joanna was referencing for Cantlay from long right of the green at their 9th of the day, the 18th.
All day, Colin, we have been waiting for some type of spark to go off for Patrick Cantlay. He had a nice effort here out of the rough to run this ball up onto the green and give himself a birdie opportunity. It's albeit a very long one, but who knows, if you get a putt like this to drop, all of a sudden you can maybe get some confidence for the final 6 holes of your round.
Well, this one from just outside of 33 feet would all but double his feet made of putts so far. He's only made 17 feet of putts through his opening 9 holes, 21 feet total through 11 holes. He is what they call, these greens have pitched the shutout for this man today.
Big swinger right to left, would need to enter at 4 o'clock.
Great weight. That's a frisky putt coming back down the hill from the high above the hole on the right side. Should make 4 at the difficult 3rd, and you'll be very happy.
Still 4 over for the championship. Back-to-back pars for Cantlay. Just 1 birdie on the card. And as Colin mentioned, just has not been able to do any damage on the putting surface. Now Jon Rahm, after the disappointing tee shot, the disappointing bunker shot. A long one for par.
Long one, very, very slow, navigating a shelf right in front of him. Uphill all the way.
I saw him on a similar putt, albeit a little bit longer range. He ran it by coming up that slope. Oh, no surprise to see that one come up a little short. After you've run one by a considerable length, it's always in the back of your mind.
Bogey at the 3rd for Jon Rahm. Bogey, birdie, bogey start to his second 9 and back to 1 under par.
And that bogey was all just a result of getting out of position off the tee. You know, when he was hitting that tee shot, you know, he was set up a long way right, actually aiming at that right bunker, looking to try and draw it off, and just hung it out there. And now Fitzpatrick, one of the guys that likes to use the line on the golf ball, as so many do out on the tour.
Fitzy converts his par to remain at 3 under for the tournament. And now from the PGA of America Coaching Center in Frisco, Texas, powered by a T-Mobile, let's check in with Natalie Sheehan. And Natalie, we heard about how, you know, these cross-handed chip shots for Matthew Fitzpatrick. Joanna was saying, well, is he going to do it for flop shots? Well, he does. How does he get away and I feel comfortable hitting these shots cross-handed?
As well out of the rough. However, if you trouble around the greens, maybe you struggle with something like the yips, which I'm sorry to say, this is a really good fix for you. Change something dramatically in your swing. So put that left hand low, lengthens your left arm more. It makes it so that your body is more in charge. There's more rotation that happens, and it just makes less room for error. So it really takes those risks out of the swing and widens the arc, which helps you if you have trouble around the green. So it's a great one to try at home. I'll hit one for you here. It's really easy to still hit nice, high, lofted shots, even with that left hand low. But it's a great one for those of you who struggle around the green to try at home. Back to you guys.
And that was a very good description of exactly the shot that Matt Fitzpatrick executed from the back of the green at the third. Now going over some bookwork here with Dan Parrott, Matthew's new caddy.
In my opinion, yeah. We go 14 on.
And you can see this week also too, the players are allowed to use the range finders. I really do think as next caddy it makes a world of difference, especially when you're out of position. You know, you can easily try and hit that flag, get the distance. But so many of the guys, they're just used to doing it the old school way with pen and paper.
So light.
Par 3, fourth hole here. 2 par 3s over the next 3 holes for these players. 6th hole also a par 3. You see that big green and a lot of arrows going in a lot of different directions there, Colin.
Yeah, it looks like one of those roundabouts in Australia. Where do I exit? Where do I exit? Well, you can pretty much exit everywhere on this green. There is plenty of character in it, but this ball is pin position today at the 4th in a little bit of a bowl. It'll see a little bit of action. Now we're starting to hear just a little bit of that ball starting to bounce. We're seeing a little bit more of a forward kick. These greens will continue to dry out throughout the day. You mentioned the system that they have below the surface of the greens here, the sub-air system. Yeah, to try and draw some of that moisture out that we saw earlier in the week.
Yeah, I don't think, Joanna, the weather has really been in consideration for the playing portion of our tournament. I know obviously the practice rounds had issues, but as of right now, it seems like the weather reports are all okay for the remainder of the weekend.
It does. I'd say the fairways are still damp. They're not getting any rollout on the fairways, so it's still playing long. Like Jon Rahm on that one par 5, you know, I feel like if the fairways were rolling out, he would have been on a flat surface and not on a hanging lie. So, but yeah, the greens, no problem. They're bounding with the sub-air system.
And just like you say, Colin, that one stays put instead of rolls out, and I'm sure Cantlay would have appreciated it to roll out a little bit more as it was heading right at the flag.
Yeah, he's just been on the wrong side of the ledger all day. It's like, you know, another 2 paces forward, that kicks all the way down to the bucket. You know, we saw Matt Fitzpatrick just a moment earlier. He's just pitched on top of that slope, kicked all the way to the back. So let's see what Jon Rahm can dial up here.
That's it. Somehow. Somehow.
He's yelling at it.
He's asking for it to sit. Instead, it'll be a greenside bunker for Jon Rahm, whose second 9, the front 9 on this course, not going the way he would like. We'll have to scramble again here, the 4th.
Can it be? Yes!
Unbelievable.
What else would you expect?
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
It's all his now. Your new Professional Golfers Association champion.
Always spectacular moments every year at the PGA Championship. As Jon Rahm, you see the scrambling efforts he's had to go through today. He's got another one here at the par 3 4th hole. Left side bunker. Sneaks that one over the lip and nearly into the hole.
His short game has been very impressive. That was a very difficult shot. Only benefit was into the wind, but that was a steep slope after the bunker.
Yeah, literally landed that in the fringe of the green there to try and kill it, get it somewhere down around the hole, and it still scurries on a little bit past the hole, leaving a little bit of work left for his par. He's hit a couple of those shots today where he's tried to what almost looks like fade the ball in to a left pin location and sort of stood it up a little bit, but in fact almost drew it back.
Back at the green for Matt Fitzpatrick.
A little downhill in the beginning, back uphill at the end, moving to his right.
Looks like it just kind of tailed off to the left there at the end. I thought it was tracking pretty well to the hole.
It was. Just like Colin said earlier, there's 75 different slopes on this little pin location, so difficult to know how much I was going to slide right.
And always the tactician. Every single putt, every single chip, stroke is recorded in his yardage book. Squeezes every ounce out of his game. Now Cantlay.
This is right to left, but again, if you hit it too far right, it won't move.
You can see that little bit of color change there, the shiny stuff for the first 2/3 of the putt, then suddenly it goes dark. That's where the grain change is, and that's what's going to kick it out towards that right side.
Pars may be good at this point for Cantlay, considering how he's played so far in this round, but they are not helping him gain any traction on the field. Still at 4 over par. Now 9 shots behind our leaders. Ryan Fox and Alex Noren both 5 under par. And of course the favorite that we all picked to win this tournament, Luke Donald, just 1 shot behind them.
This is a tricky read here. Green's book says could move left in the beginning, right at the end, so maybe straight overall.
Trying to avoid 3 bogeys in his last 4 holes. Front side of this course has not been kind to Jon Rahm. A bogey on 1, a bogey on 3, and now a bogey on 4, and he's back to even par for the championship.
Yeah, you just can't be doing that around Quail Hollow. You know, making bogeys on easy holes. The 4th here was the easiest par 3 on the golf course in 2017 today. Also, too, playing as the 13th easiest hole as we watch Fitzpatrick tidy that up.
Well, Fitzpatrick nearing the leaders of the tournament and leading our featured group at 3 under. PGA of America and our more than 30,000 PGA of America golf professionals. Welcome you to the 107th PGA Championship. Matt Fitzpatrick. I got to tell you, he doesn't realize, you know, we've got to read billboards, we've got ads to read. He needs to give us a little bit more time here, Colin.
He is one of the fastest players out here. No mess, no fuss.
Par 4, 5th hole, 453 yards, Joanna. And you can see that trouble, the fairway bunkers down the right side and the left side. So Cantlay needs to be careful here, considering the way he's hit it off the tee.
He sure does. He sure does. Those fairway bunkers are conveniently located in their landing zone. Matthew Fitzpatrick just down the left is a perfect angle to that pin. Cantlay is right down the middle. This is a good one.
Well, tick the box for Cantlay. As we pan back there towards the tee, we find this man, Jon Rahm, a couple of unforced errors in his last 3 holes. Set up once again, well right here, Joanna. Looks like he's going to challenge those 2 bunkers down the right.
He is moving it right to left and right down the middle. It's a good one. He needs to steer the ship.
There was a little hurt on that one too, by the looks of it.
Everybody safe here at the par 4 5th. Continued featured group coverage here on ESPN+. Three good tee shots here at the par 4 5th. And opportunity to get a stroke back on a reachable, or a approachable par 4, I should say. And Rahm, continues to really bomb it down the fairway. His approach shots, though, have gotten a little squirrely as of late. Driving's been pretty decent, putting's been good. Everything in between, though, the last 4 holes for Jon Rahm has been a bit of a struggle. Eric Rothman, Colin Swanton, Joanna Coe with you, is coming down the home stretch of our opening round featured group coverage here on ESPN+. And Matthew Fitzpatrick, who maybe not the prettiest round of his life, but considering, Colin, his struggles at major championships, since he won the 2022 U.S. Open, he has got to be really happy with the way he's been able to convert and score here on this golf course at 3 under par on his round.
Yeah, he's doing exactly what you say. He hasn't brought his best stuff. He's hit 6 of 11 fairways, 8 of 13 greens. But the number of importance is that 4 of 5 in scrambling. He's got a couple of fortunate breaks early where he hit a tree, bounced back out onto the fairway, and then went on to make a birdie. So, he's had some fortuitous bounces and some luck, but he's capitalized on that. Now he's sort of crafting out a decent game. Looks like he's getting relief here just from a sprinkler head. Just that was in his intended line or stance.
And then I can drop it in here, can't I? I don't have to drop it to the nearest point.
So you take the nearest point and then a club length?
Yeah, and then I can drop it right at the end of the club length, couldn't I? Yeah.
It just can't end up being outside of the relief area.
Yeah.
Getting some clarification on that drop. You mentioned the struggles in major finishes since the 2022 U.S. Open win. He's got one top 10 finish in the major since then. That was at the 2023 Masters. He's missed the cut the last 2 years at the PGA Championship. And, you know, really just in terms of even his regular tour play, 11 starts this year, 4 missed cuts. He has not finished within the top 20, and he has dropped to number 85 in the official world golf rankings. So these are numbers that we have not been accustomed to seeing from Matt Fitzpatrick over the years, Colin, and we know the potential is there. And, you know, maybe now that the spotlight is off of him a little bit, an opportunity to settle in with a new caddy and regain his form.
Yeah, it's interesting, you know, these guys, they all obtain a certain level of greatness. Then sometimes the things that have made them great, or they think they need to work on in order to make them even better, can be sometimes their Achilles heel. And I know Matt has really chased distance aggressively, you know, works a lot on sort of ground force reactions, trying to get that left foot back and out of the way to create extra speed and distance and things like that. But you've also got to wonder at what expense. We saw McIlroy, remember, chasing distance when Bryson was doing what he was doing at major championships. He then tried to do that, found out it wasn't for him. So I think the team around Matt Fitzpatrick will be able to sort of say, hey, this is what you did when you were a great player. This is what you were doing when you were winning major championships. Let's just remind you of what you did then, and then see if we can get back to that blueprint.
Matthew Fitzpatrick also recently started working with Mark Blackburn, interim coach, he says. So they're working on some things, and sometimes you just need a coach to probably say the same thing, just maybe differently. So I'd say it's been scrappy, but they were working on some things on the range, and Matthew Fitzpatrick's very particular. He went through probably 3 to 4 drills on the range with a tour striker ball, trying to get his left leg out of the way. Blackburn said that they're working on him posting into that left leg rather than a lateral slide. So he's working on some things, and perhaps it's just going to be grooving with him and Blackburn for a little bit. Needs a sit.
And it does, albeit just a little bit above the hole. This green complex here has a lot of tilt in it from back to front. A couple of thumbs up.
Pin high.
And that one's just going to come to rest. Or will it? Yeah, the high point on this green, folks, is sort of back right behind that pin, and then it wanders all the way down to the front left of the green. And there's a little false front there. You'll see a pin down there at some point throughout the week.
This is an important shot for Jon Rahm. Like you said, missed the last few approach shots. He needs to reward himself. That was a great drive. Get him back into red numbers.
Rahm in the fairway. .26 to the hole.
Well, I'm not sure if he was looking for exactly that. Wind off the right-hand side, push that ball back a little bit further to his left. But definitely a better pass there for Jon Rahm.
Just a reminder that you can follow 4 different feature groups and holes on ESPN Plus. Watch your favorite players from tee to green on all 18 holes. Brooks Koepka, Ricky Fowler, Shane Lowry. One feed, Rory McIlroy, Xander Schauffele, Scotty Scheffler on another, Phil Mickelson, Tommy Fleetwood, and Jason Day out there as well. And then you can check out the Green Mile, holes 16, 17, and 18.
And we're getting a good look there at the green here at the 5th. Talked a little bit about the tilt from back to front. You can start to get a bit of an idea there of just how much slope is on this green. Huge crowds all day started. They were lined up this morning as we watch this group tee off just after the hour of 8 on, of course, on the backside, playing the 10th hole as their first of the day. And we've got some pretty interesting holes coming up. You know, we've got the very long, challenging par 3/6, and just definitely a great par 5 in the 7th, matched by that, again, drivable par 4 at the 8th. Just love the routing here, Eric. You get a great mix of holes that require different shapes off the tee, create different angles into these green complexes that really do have sections or plateaus to all of them. If you're on the wrong side of some of these slopes here, you'll just get further and further from the pin, and that's been a bit of the case for the day for this man here, Patrick Cantlay, just unable to get on the right side of some of these ridges, and he's had sort of these lengthy putts all day and just hasn't been able to get it going.
Yeah, momentum obviously so key in these major championships as well, and you know, really outside of Matt Fitzpatrick, our featured group has not had a ton of momentum. A little touchy putt here, Joanna.
Touchy putt, moving both directions. He was a bit careful with that one. Cantlay's putt overall, left to right. The middle third of the putt straightens up a little bit and then moves hard right at the end.
Little head scratcher there for Matt Fitzpatrick. Not only did he hit it soft, he hit it on the wrong line from the get-go.
Cantlay asked him to move his ball mark. Again, he retired that poker chip. He went with the small one, so ever since it's been good.
He's had to move his ball mark about 4 times for Patrick Cantlay today. And maybe he just got tired of dealing with the big poker chip, went to the small coin. At some point, Colin, he's just going to ask Patrick, he's like, oh, where do you want me to putt it, buddy? I keep getting into your line. What do you want me to do?
It could be just a little flex there from Patrick Cantlay, just to say, you know what, I'm going to make him go in there and keep moving his mark, even though if it's not on my line. This will be a very slow putt back up the hill for Cantlay.
Got to get there.
Now, for a man that's only hauled 25 feet of putts in total so far through his round, it's not been the day that this man wants on the greens or off the tee, really. But then it's perspective. Most guys on the tour, from a week-to-week perspective, will hole somewhere in the vicinity of 75 to 80 feet of putts in a round.
Birdie chance here for Jon Rahm, Joanna.
Downhill the whole way. Probably the best chance of the three. Gonna move a little left, a little right, a little bit of everything.
There it is, Jon Rahm. It's been a geometric second 9 for him. Square, circle, square, square, circle.
He needed that.
Two red figures, 1 under par.
And when I look at that card for Jon Rahm, it's easy to look at the circles and the squares, but I always look at what he's done after he's made a bogey. He's bounced back with a birdie. That just gives me a perspective of maybe even a look inside the mind of Jon Rahm. You know, we know he runs hot, and he's not afraid to show his emotions. But when you see a player making birdies after bogeys, it tells me that they're in the right mindset, the right frame of mind, and I think Jon's come to play.
Hanging around, that's for sure. Now it's Cantlay's ball marker, who's in the line of Matt Fitzpatrick, and a rare bogey on the day. 3-putt for Matthew Fitzpatrick, who again coming into this tournament putting was his shortcoming on the year. 143rd in strokes gained putting, and a disappointing 5 here.
Well, that was right off the putter face immediately.
Yeah, that was definitely a shove there for Fitzpatrick. We saw him pull that one back at 18 that resulted in a bogey. And then that pull there, that little push, I should say, at 5 for him as they make the short stroll over to 6.
And we will take the flyover as well, Colin. This is the longest par 3 on the course, measuring in at 241 yards today.
Yeah, look at those tee boxes there, Eric. They can push this thing around, create all sorts of different distances for these players today. As you mentioned, 241 yards. That's a stout poke in anyone's book. It does play downhill some. And this green here, not as much going on with the complexity of the green, but definitely does tilt from back right to front left. You can see those sea of red arrows at the front of the green. That is a false front. You'll see a couple of pin locations down there short and front, but they'll probably push the tee up there for that. But that has also been the story of the day. Look at the crowds out in full force. They love their golf here in North Carolina. And the PGA Championship, the 107th PGA Championships at the Quail Hollow Club, drenched in sunshine.
And I'm sure drenched in sweat as well, Joanna. It is muggy out there.
Are you talking about Jon Rahm or me?
You're getting into this. You're getting into a sticky part of the golf course too, in amongst the thick trees. That 7th tee box, I can tell you, it gets warm up there as well. But first to the plate, that man you were talking about, Jon Rahm. After that birdie, beautiful birdie, long range putt. Back at the 5th, the tee at the 6th.
Not again.
Doesn't like it, little wipey right.
Yeah, that's a good description of exactly the shots that Jon Rahm's been struggling with. That sort of wipey shot, as Joanna mentioned, just really late to the party with the club face, and we've seen him hit a number of iron shots well to the right. That is the case here again. The 6th. I think Patrick Cantlay, similar to that little stretch of holes on the backside that we wanted to see him play well, 14 and 15. He's got a great opportunity if he can get through this hole here in a par. He's got 7 and 8 where he can make a bit of a rally and try and make the going tomorrow a little easier.
Yeah, if he can get anything
That's
back.
right as well, similar to Rahm, maybe a little left of Rahm.
Sorry, Joanna. If he could get anything back on these last few holes, get any type of positive vibes and momentum, You know, some big names over par. If you look up and down the leaderboard, Rory McIlroy, Xander Schauffele, both 2 over right now. Cantlay at 4 over.
And sometimes the challenge too here at the 6th is you can see all those huge oak trees just down the left. They go out there for about 100, 120 yards, and then once it gets past that wind that is off the left will be felt a little bit further down.
I was actually just going to say that. I feel like hitting last on this hole was a big benefit, just to see how that ball was curving in the air. You're in a little bit of a shoot back here at the tee.
Yeah, you can see the flag up on the green as that one might have caught that thumbprint at the front of this green and come back off it for Fitzpatrick.
0 for 3. Greens hit here at the par 3-6 for our featured group. As we have enjoyed traveling along with Patrick Cantlay, Jon Rahm, and Matt Fitzpatrick. Featured group coverage continues from Quail Hollow Club. Featured group coverage continues all day long. Afternoon on this very feed. Hideki Matsuyama, Wyndham Clark, Tom Kim. It's Colin Morikawa walking in. As Tom Kim, an hour and a half away from teeing off, 1:36 Eastern right here on ESPN Plus. I'll look at the driving range, practice area for these players. I got to imagine, Colin, on a day like today, the mugginess, people are happy to be in the morning wave. The afternoon is going to be a slog, I imagine, with the humidity.
Yeah, we saw it early in the morning. The humidity was up in the 90%. And, you know, what you get in these morning fields is you don't get a lot of breeze, and, you know, miles per hour was going to be no more than about 4 or 5 miles an hour this morning, and then this afternoon's supposed to pick up a little bit more. But, yeah, it's going to be a long, hot day in the sticky conditions.
Nice little pitch on to the green there. As Cantlay just not looking to lose a stroke here before, as you mentioned, Colin, the par 5 7th coming up, an opportunity for him to get a much needed birdie. So Joanna, both Rahm and Cantlay missing right, and Fitzpatrick missing short left.
Fitzpatrick is playing now. Again, you could play this shot a million different ways. He went above the slope with spin, go in. Great shot there. I think your members of Quail Hollow probably putt that 99% of the time, but we have the best players in the world to watch. Jon Rahm is about a foot from Cantlay's ball, but just in the first cut of rough, so I'm curious how that'll affect the spin. Cantlay landed it just on, and it checked up nicely, but just outside the circle of friendship, so he still has a little bit of work left.
Fitzpatrick follows up the bogey at 5 with a par here at 6. Would have been a nice 2 had he chipped that one in, but take a tap in par nonetheless. Rahm buzzes the tower as well, but that one runs out good 10-12 feet past the hole.
Yeah, just the difference between 1 foot. Cantlay on the fairway, a little more spin. Rahm, first cut, a little less spin. Now he has a little tricky one for par.
Yeah, it's all about friction between the ball and the club face, and suddenly get those little blades of grass out of that first cut that get between the ball and the club face. You just can't create that friction. I know for you, Joanna, you're director of instruction at Marion. You know, when you get these, you know, these, let's just call them members that come to the club, and they're asking for, how do I spin it? How do I spin it around the greens? You know, for me as a coach, and I'm sure it's the same for you, you know, you look at their equipment and the old sand iron is all worn out and full of last week's mud, and you say to yourself, well, let's start by cleaning the grooves.
That's exactly right. Let's keep it simple. I was watching Cantlay and Fitzpatrick warm up this morning with wedges, and every single shot they wiped their wedges and scraped the grooves with tees. So, you know, some fresh wedges, premium golf ball, and clean your clubs. That's the best way to get some spin and friction.
Yeah, look after your equipment and it'll look after you. Now, Rahm, to try and save his par.
Oh, that hurts a little bit.
He has yet to record a par here on this second 9. 4 bogeys and 2 birdies. Guys, I got to say, I feel like that conversation about dirty wedges and unscrupulous golf balls was directed at me. You know, I'm playing dirty wedges. I'm getting balls out of lakes, out of the woods, wherever I can find them.
Don't use a water ball.
But they're free, Joanna. They're free.
Oh my goodness. We got to set this man up with some golf balls.
That we do.
Finish there for Patrick Cantlay. As our players walk to the par 5 7th. And we will step aside for just a few moments. Final 3 holes of our featured group coverage when we return here on ESPN Plus. Well, some unexpected names at the top of our leaderboard here in round number 1. Ryan Fox in the clubhouse with a 67 following his win at Myrtle Beach a week ago. Luke Donald, how about that? In his final hole of the day, currently tied for the lead. Alex Smalley, who we just mentioned, he got into the field as the first alternate with Sahith Theegala having to withdraw due to a neck injury. So Smalley gets the call out of the bullpen, and he's up there at the top of the leaderboard as well. We go to the par 5 7th. Joanna, Patrick Cantlay teeing off.
Again, our guys are playing through here. The group just left the landing spot, and they're ready to roll. Looks like it's heading left. Yep, just caught the fairway bunker.
In case you were wondering, Colin, if you were on ESPN Bet before this tournament started, Luke Donald was 2,500 to 1, 250 to 1 to win this golf tournament.
That could buy you some golf balls.
That could. Had I put my 10 cents down on Luke Donald to win.
Fitzpatrick, right center, good shot. 0 roll, backspin actually.
That right side of the fairway here at the 7th does camber and tilt down towards the creek that runs down the entire length of this hole, but softer conditions. No roll. It's a beautiful part of the neighborhood, and that is a beautiful mullet. Strong.
That's a fancy mullet. You call that a moulet.
Starting left over my head.
Yep.
Wow. That was a true fade.
Fade indeed. We're there to the right side of the fairway. Jon Rahm getting some hair care tips from our volunteer there on the 7th tee.
I love looking at the numbers. I've said a lot over the years. It's just that, to me, that gives me the answer as to what I need to do to get better.
I used a word in there. You said you love it. It's not like homework to you.
I love it, yeah, absolutely. I find it so interesting, you know, because I could make a change in practice, see down the line, what does that do to the data? Does it improve it? Does it make it worse? Do I need to change things again? The one thing that I've sort of learned over the last couple of years is just making sure that there's more context to the data. I think it's easy to sort of categorize certain shots or certain things. The wind was different, the lie was different, the stance was different. You know, the more context you can add, the better feedback you're going to get, then more likely you're going to be able to improve.
Well, Matt Fitzpatrick trying to learn from every shot he takes in his professional career, and trying to learn from his past experiences here at Quail Hollow. He's finished outside the top 30 in his last 3 starts, and that includes a missed cut at the PGA Championship in 2017. You see his major stats there. Has struggled at the PGA Championship more so than any other major. He has that win at the U.S. Open in Brookline in 2022. As we make our way down the par 5 7th hole, Eric Rothman, Colin Swat, and Joanna Coe finishing out our featured group coverage here on ESPN Plus for the morning wave. And then we got a new set of broadcasters coming in for you for the afternoon. Just to put a button on it, guys, Luke Donald did par the 18th, and he is the co-leader in the clubhouse. You could have gotten Luke Donald to be the first round leader for 750 to 1. As Luke Donald had the tied for the longest odds to win this tournament among non-PGA Tour professionals, 2,500 to 1 to win for the European Ryder Cup captain, as he is in at 4 under. Joanna, we have a little traffic jam here.
Yes, reachable par 5. So I see Phil Mickelson and Jason Day up ahead. So we are just waiting, but this is a beautiful hole to wait. We have some amazing houses down the right side, wonderful crowd down the left. I found a shady spot, so we are okay.
It doesn't take you long to work it out. They're just showing where you're hanging out this week, and that's that beautiful house just to the right of the green complex here at the 7th. Some gorgeous houses dot the property here. Meanwhile, let's take a look at the shot trails here at the 7th of our featured group. Of course, Jon Rahm, Patrick Cantlay, and Matthew Fitzpatrick. Got 240 yards to the pin. Still plenty of firepower to get it home. Jon Rahm, just 225 yards, probably no more than a 5-iron or soft 4-iron for him. And of course, Patrick Cantlay has just worn Joe LaCava out today. Joe has raked more sand than the turtle trackers here in Hilton Head today. His man has been all over the park. Going back to that round of Luke Donald that you just talked about, talk about putting a bow on it. 67 you referenced in the clubhouse as the leader at 4 under. That's bogey free. Dang, bogey free, 67. Now when you dig a little deeper and you start to peel the layers of that onion back, 9 of 14 fairways today, just 9 of 18 greens. Luke Donald, they have posted some video of him this week on Instagram, social media sites of him around and on the chipping greens. 9 of 9 in scrambling today. That's how you get it done.
Steven Jaeger jumping up in front of Donald and Fox now. Jaeger still out on the course. Smalley, Fox, and Donald all in with 67s. JT, the postman, has one more hole to go. How about the 2 Ryder Cup captains on the first page of the leaderboard?
That's pretty impressive. Not to be outdone.
Maybe we'll see them go head-to-head as playing captains if they both finish strong here this week.
Well, I know that Keegan Bradley would have to, if he keeps on playing in the form that he does, he's going to have a very difficult decision to make at some point. And I'm sure if his team members said, I want you to play, he'd play. But looking down that list in a tie for 22nd at even par, well, number 1, Scotty Scheffler, Tony Finau, Andrew Novak came close at Heritage earlier last few weeks, but then got it done. His buddy, and the Zurich. Ready to rumble
Griffin
in the
with-
fairway here.
That's right. Now it looks like we're cleared for landing here, Joanna.
Moving quickly as always. Looks like a hybrid in hand. This is heading way left. Watch out.
Yeah, that is actually, I could be actually up on the tee box for the 8th. You can see the signpost right there. That is the 8th tee. It's amazing. You put some blue water out there, what'll cause a player.
Just a quick look at the 8th tee there. Didn't look like Tommy Fleetwood was unseated at all by that shot. Now Rahm, Joanna.
Never fun to watch a shot like that right before you have to hit something similar. Much better line here, just left of the green. This was decision time for Cantlay. I think he has a mid-iron in his hand. You can tell by the loft. I don't think he's going for this. No. Smart play to a landing spot.
Yeah, this pin location here at the 7th. 6 on and 8 off the left-hand side. It's a pin that you spend a lot of time in your practice rounds. You know, Monday, Tuesday. Look at Joe LaCava, double bagging it, looking for a little extra in the paycheck at the end of the week.
Hey, maybe he needs some new golf balls as well. Everybody's got to earn an extra buck here or two.
I tell you what, you carry that thing like a suitcase and you're doing well. Those things weigh about 50 pounds. Gorgeous hole, the 7th. You can see it there all the way back to the tee box. Elevated tee shot down to this landing area.
Speaking of Joe LaCava, his son caddying now as well.
Joe Jr.? Yeah, he's out there with Joe Highsmith, doing a great job too, from all reports. Did a little short stint there at the father's son with Charlie Woods, of course.
I got to tell you, Colin, and maybe this was more public knowledge than I was aware of in the Colton Oast podcast recently. They had former NFL quarterback Derek Anderson on as a guest, and Derek is the caddy for Kevin Chappell, which I had no idea that was a thing. Derek Anderson, longtime quarterback for the Cleveland Browns, and now full-time PGA Tour caddy.
Yeah, we had a guy by the name of Tim Brasher. Tim Brasher was a fullback for the Balmain Tigers back home in rugby league and went on, represented Australia at the highest level for many, many years. He retired from playing rugby league, came over and caddied on the PGA Tour for many years.
Yeah.
Well, after laying up, Cantlay now with a lofted wedge in hand to a front left pin location. Anything right of this pin with spin will be all the way down in that bowl on the far right. It's a difficult little pitch shot here.
Wind is into off the left. Need to throw this beyond it and left, let it suck back.
You would have thought it would have gotten some more spin coming off that hill there, that ridge on the behind the flag. It really didn't get much at all.
And it definitely looked like his most lofted wedge as well. You could see sort of abbreviated that finish and sort of sorted off a little bit.
I'm looking at the green complex here. Looks like that was almost a little into the grain, so did throw it back a little bit, but didn't go back as much as I thought.
I got a bit going on down here on the left side of the green. Fitzpatrick, who hit that errant tee shot, is just looking at where his best option to probably play his fourth from, because if he went at that pin, he could chip it in the water. So he's trying to work out the lesser of the evil. Jon Rahm, you can see that there he is right there. He'll walk back up towards the 8th tee box. Dan Parrott also too trying to slow his man down. These are when those situations where the caddies have got to interject a little bit, make sure that the player is completely focused on what he needs to do, looks at all the options, but most of all commits to the shot that he needs to hit.
This reminds me of that shot that Rahm had on 14, where he needs to hit it just left of the sprinklers here. Again, he needs to hit this, you know, he's elevated, so he needs to hit this low enough so that the hill kills it. If he carries it on, he could be in trouble.
This pin is right up on top of that shelf in the front left portion.
In the hole.
A professional miss would be to be short.
Stay.
And that is what he's done. That is a splendid shot there from Fitzpatrick. Gives himself sort of an outside look at birdie. With also too taking the big number off the scorecard.
Jon Rahm with the Texas wedge here.
Ooh.
The members must have told him to do this on this particular shot. I'm surprised. He's been really good with these little nip chips, so putting it up the hill.
You see a player of this caliber who has hit a number of very good pitch shots from around the green take putter. You know the difficulty and the severity of the shot. So this golf course, absolutely perfect condition. This is all going to be a product of how it rolls through that fringe. It doesn't get too bumpy, take too many bounces. Took a few hops through there, Joanna.
Yeah, I was very surprised with that choice, to be honest. It did not roll great through that. Little soft, little bumpy. I thought he would have just thrown one of those spinny wedges on top of the shelf and get it to stop. He's just been so good with those shots all day. So a little bit of a surprising choice.
That's what I was going to say, Joanna. He has been really good chipping and pitching the golf ball today. And a surprise to take that out of his hand, you know, considering he's been really trying to get some steadiness here in this second 9, you know, really oscillating between bogeys and birdies, and it just seemed like a weird choice.
Very weird. He wasn't in a divot. I didn't see anything in particular that would steer him away from a spinnier shot, but now he's a long birdie attempt, longer than what he wanted.
It's interesting when, you know, you see players make these decisions, you know, throughout the course of the day. You don't know what they're feeling, their emotion, you know, their fear. You know, something must have been in the back of his mind, whether that ball just sitting just a little bit funky in the grass, as good as these surrounds or collars or fringes, whatever you want to reference them as. This would be an all-world 4 if he was to make this.
That never started on the correct line. That was right the entire way.
Just hanging around. Hasn't had his best stuff all day, to be fair, Eric, and he's just hanging around, and if he can manage to knock that down and take advantage of the next hole, the 8th, he'll be right in the thick of it.
This is downhill, left to right.
Patrick just one birdie on the round today. That'll be 6 straight pars here on the second 9 for Patrick Cantlay.
That hole's on a little knob where that turned left at the end there. So confused both Cantlay, Fitzpatrick, and myself.
Rahm yet to record a par on this second 9. 4 bogeys and 2 birdies. Even par for the tournament. Birdie chance here. It's one of the easiest holes on this golf course. Leaves all 3 of our players wanting more.
Yeah, that second shot that he hit into this par 5 here, the 7th, was within realistically probably a yard or 2 of being perfect, but it just rolls over just a small little mound just to the right, to the left side of this green, rolls into that little valley and then forced to putt it. It's a game of inches, that is for certain.
Fitzy will remain 2 under par. We had circled this hole as an opportunity for our featured group to maybe get some momentum, and I think you've got 3 disappointed players there coming away with 3 pars. As we move to the par 4 8th hole, second shortest par 4 on the course here, Colin.
Yeah, what a beauty it is too. I love how they have these 2 drivable, let's call them drivable par 4s, this one and also to the 14th, at great positions in the round. You're coming off an opportunity at the 7th, and then you're here issued an opportunity again at the 8th before you play the difficult 9th. This green, this complex here at the 8th is all about shelves. You can see them shelf up on the top right. You can see those white lines, and then that flows down into the second shelf. But it's that oak tree you want to take it at. If you can start something at that oak tree up the middle right of this fairway, get it to finish just to the right of that, you'll be in pretty good shape. And that is exactly where our man Patrick Cantlay is setting this one up, Joanna.
Cantlay quickly playing. These guys clearly want to get to lunch, as do I. Good line.
Yeah, by far one of the best tee shots of the day there for Patrick Cantlay. Managed to get it on the fringe cut of grass by the looks of that. A little bit on the upslope. That'll be a very, very manageable second for him.
I tell you guys, I really like the mix of hole types here on this golf course. It's always fun to see these short par 4s as guys bomb it down there.
Looks like a half and half win for you, Rambo. Okay.
Another good one. Similar line to Cantlay.
That's fine. It's a long tee box here. They generally push it up. Gary Haig told the players early in the week there's a number of holes that we'll be playing up, and to make sure you hit from multiple tee boxes. Both 14 and 8 were 2 of those. The other 2 were, of course, par 3s. 17 and 4. Rahm's let this one slip away from him a little bit.
right.
Right has been his miss today, and that one buries in the rough just to the right of that sand trap. Rahm, who had a clean card in the opening 9, has recorded 4 bogeys. His second 9, closing 2 holes of our featured group.
There's no more misunderstood idea in the world of competitive sports than legacy, because it means something different to every man, rooted in long ago ambitions and dreams. And so the true prize of a major championship isn't a sterling silver trophy or an enormous check, but something that lives in the distant mountain mist of tomorrow. What it means is a mystery, even to the golfer who wins it, and can only be revealed in time.
Great look at the Wanamaker Trophy. 107th playing of this wonderful championship. We appreciate you joining us on ESPN Plus. Featured group coverage, I should say, first round here at Quail Hollow Club in Charlotte, North Carolina. We are winding down our coverage as our players ready for their approach here to the short par 4 8th. I'm Eric Rothman alongside Colin Swatton and Joanna Coe. And Joanna, who is a hole and a half away from a nice tall glass of sweet tea that she deserves after walking this course in 96-degree humidity.
I'm from the Northeast. It's on sweet tea.
Oh, you got to adapt to your environments, Joanna.
My husband would say sweet tea, but no, unsweet for me.
Matthew Fitzpatrick, the furthest one back, but that is all relative here. You see that cross-handed grip. Have either of you ever dealt with players who chip cross-handed in your coaching careers?
No, I've played with Vijay Singh, and he is the only other person I've seen do it. But I've done a pretty good job of curing some chipping yips in my day, so haven't had to go that far. Using this slope.
Here it comes.
Very good. Jon Rahm's giving a thumbs up to him.
Well, we've been sort of jockeying for that round at Marion all day, but you had me at Cure, Joanna. I'm coming to see you.
That's right. Anytime. Cantlay's ball is right where the fairway and the approach meet. Interesting little lie, but probably similar approach to what Fitzpatrick will do. Okay, didn't send it past, but well done.
Two very fine pitch shots from the front of the green here at 8.
Jon Rahm has a fun one. I think this is a full send flop shot. It's not the worst lie out of this rough, but downslope, not much green to work with. No spin, so this is going to have to be a high one.
I would imagine he was trying to get something up into that greenside bunker on the right and just miscued it a bit. And there's places you can leave it and there's places that you don't want to leave it, and that is one here for Jon Rahm. That's a great look there. You can see that little color change halfway between him and the hole. That's the grain change.
His practice swings, the face is wide open in the backswing.
We're going ballistic, Mav.
About all you can do.
Yeah, that's really 3 fine pitches. All different locations, different types of turf and grass conditions, but they've all got great looks for birdie.
After coming away with 3 pars at the relatively easy par 5 7th, I'd like to get one here before the longest par 4 on the course, the 9th hole, coming up to finish their rounds.
I always thought it was a long hole as it was, but they've added 29 yards to it just to make it even more of a stout poke. Usually see the tee box all the way at the back here at the 8th. When you play these front pin locations, then they'll move the pins towards the back portions. You may see one back there tomorrow. You'll see the tee box up a little bit, try and create an opportunity for these guys to get it somewhere up around the front of the green. This is a slippery one.
Very slippery. Downhill left to right, down green.
This has been this kind of range. We've seen Jon Rahm putt a number of these of this length, that sort of 8 to 10 foot range for par. This one, of course, for birdie. It's going to move pretty quick to its right as it loses speed.
Oh, catches the right side of the cup and trickles in. The birdie on the card for Jon Rahm. Back to 1 under. Roller coaster, second 9 for him.
Yeah, I can imagine after, we'll call it a 3 putt from off the green at 7. I bet he said to himself, there's no way I'm going to finish this round over par today, and really dug deep to make that 3 there at the 8th.
This is a quick one, straight downhill. Your members will be shaken over this one.
No problem for Matt Fitzpatrick. 3 under and 2 back of the leaders, who are currently Stephen Yeager and Ryan Gerard.
Got away with a little bit today, Matt Fitzpatrick, but realistically through that middle portion of his round today, he's played some good golf through that stretch. This man, on the other hand, really just right from the whistle going off this morning, hasn't had his best stuff, but he's hung in there, and this would go a long way to giving him some energy and a little boost.
Twelve holes since his last birdie. Patrick Cantlay A 3 on the scorecard here at the par 4 8th. And we move to our last hole of the day. The par 4 9th, as Colin mentioned, lengthened 20 some odd yards since the 2017 PGA Championship, and this was the 4th hardest green to hit in that tournament.
I think with that little addition to length, it might be the very hardest. In fact, this is the longest par 4 at any PGA Championship in the last 25 years. 529 yards today, 531 on the scorecard, and they decided to put that pin all the way in the back just to make it that little bit longer.
Just for good measure.
Yeah, there is a little fall off just to the back right portion of this green as well, but so many of these greens here, they have that sort of spine that runs through the green, sort of east-west. There's another one here, and it sort of creates a sort of front to back and back to front look going into this green. It is a challenging tee shot for sure. Just the lone bunker up the right-hand side, heavily tree-lined and wooded down the left-hand side.
The wind is
managed to find the short grass.
Yes.
You'll be left with a mid to long iron coming in.
More down than left to right, but that's the way it is.
Cantlay now 3 over par for the championship after his 2nd birdie of the day.
Heading towards that right bunker, but it's probably going to be short of it.
Well, it's in it, Joanna.
He's in it. Man,
Yep.
day at the beach for Cantlay.
Great camera work too, to be able to pick up the flight of that ball and then track it all the way to the finish. Nice clean lie for Cantlay. Those, of course, are the practice swings of Matt Fitzpatrick.
This is down the left side.
It's in perfect shape down that left side. I think he's far enough down there. He should have no issue with those overhanging limbs down the left.
Little help wind, so Jon either needs to hit a draw off that bunker or hit something down the left with his stock fade.
He's setting up for that little draw off that sort of left edge, that bunker.
This is a good one. It's exactly that.
And 2 beauties to finish with our tee balls here at the 9th. Our feature groups, final hole of the day.
One more hole to go in our featured group coverage. Matt Fitzpatrick, Jon Rahm both under par. Patrick Cantlay coming off a birdie at the 17th to try and close out his round with some momentum to take him into Friday. And we have enjoyed bringing it to you. Coming up on just about 5 hours. Our group teed off at 8 o'clock this morning. We will have afternoon coverage for you as well. 4 featured groups in the afternoon, as well as the featured holes. And what are your biggest takeaways from our group here today, Colin? You know, we talked about kind of the scrappiness of both Fitzpatrick and Rahm in their rounds, very much still in this tournament, and obviously a very disappointing opening round for Patrick Cantlay.
Yeah, I think I've seen enough good from Jon Rahm, and you know he's got a good tee shot here at his final hole of the day, the 9th. You know, I think he'll have himself a birdie putt here. If he makes it, great. He's in the house at 2 under. If not, you know, he's definitely got it back into red figures. So I've seen enough from him, not just in play, but as in poise as well. You know, he's remained incredibly poised. We know he can run a little bit hot, but even when he was challenged through that sort of opening stretch of holes on his backside, you know, he was still able to remain calm and try and finish this round off. Patrick Cantlay, he's got to get to the driving range. He's got to figure some stuff out. He's been late to the party with that driver all day. Big miss out to the right-hand side. But also, too, Matt Fitzpatrick, he didn't get off to a great start early in the round, but he's really pieced it together. And he's hit a number of really good quality shots and played a number of good holes well. So I think for both of these guys, for Fitzpatrick and for Rahm, I think they've got plenty of good signs to take away.
Yeah, with the greens the way they are. Yeah, yeah, and you can go at it. Yeah.
This is going a little right, probably bunker. Ooh, nice hop.
Very generous kick off the side of that bunker.
It's been that kind of day for him. That's fitting.
No doubt about it.
Cantlay is 2-2-2 out of the fairway bunker. Has to navigate the lip. He's got to send this up a little bit.
Yeah, great view of exactly that. You can see pretty much that lip of the bunker is level with his waist.
Clean strike. Also heading right. And fitting bunker again.
Coast to coast, that is, for
Yeah.
our man Patrick Cantlay, and Joe LaCava left to do the duties once again.
Cantlay, a little club slam on that one. A little perturbed. He'll be heading to the range after lunch.
Yeah, he's had a frustrating day at the office, just hasn't had his best stuff. But no doubt he will head to the range and figure things out with his coach.
Great caddy etiquette, though. Fitzpatrick's caddy, he's raking the bunker. He did that on the other hole. It's been a pleasant group, though.
So Joe LaCava double bagging it. It's all happening.
He's holding
Jon
hands.
Rahm doesn't look
Kumbaya
convinced
here
about
in
the
this featured
win.
group.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That wind bouncing around in amongst the tall oaks down here. We've seen Jon Rahm back off once already.
Starting this left of the flag, cutting towards it. Looks good.
It is. What a great shot there for Rahm. Not quite convinced of maybe the wind direction or the speed, and backed off and hit a gorgeous shot in there to some 15 feet. what champions do is they're able to, in the face of adversity, not necessarily having their best stuff, able to dig deep enough. And now Jon Rahm with a very legitimate chance of getting this in the house. You know, a few shots off the lead.
Lead currently at 5 under par. Let's see, about top 15 in ties are under par right now. Everybody else even or worse. And some surprising names as you go down the leaderboard. Ricky Fowler 2 over, Shane Lowry 2 over, Jason Day, Rory McIlroy, Xander Schauffele all 2 over par. Brooks Koepka +4 on his day. Phil Mickelson +8 to start his tournament. So the teeth of this golf course showing itself. As you see, some surprising names. Both Ryder Cup captains, as we've talked about on the first page of the leaderboard. And Ryan Fox earning his entrance into this tournament with a win at Myrtle Beach last week. Alex Smalley, who was an alternate, got in yesterday when Sahith Theegala withdrew. Nico Echeverria's had a really nice year, especially in the fall season. Robert McIntyre, Bobby Mack, the lefty at 3 under par. It's not too surprising to see at least one of the Højgaards in red figures. Rasmus 3 under par. Scotty Scheffler, after double bogeying 16th hole on what was his front 9, is now back to 1 under par. Some other names under par right now. Akshay Bhatia 1 under. Keith Mitchell just started his day, 1 under par as well. Another bunker for Patrick Cantlay, folks.
Good lie here for Cantlay. Beyond the bunker is a downslope, but then the whole location is on a flat spot. So he should be able to get this close. Not the hardest shot of the day.
Running out right towards the cup.
Well, that's what you want on your final hole of the day when you haven't had your best stuff. Is to be able to cozy one up there within tap-in range. Not make it any more difficult on yourself. You don't want to drop yet another one.
And he's going to finish his final 8 holes 1 under par. So not a bad stretch of golf. It just has not been pretty. He has really had to work for every single one of those pars and the 1 birdie he had in on the 8th hole.
Great opportunity for Rahm here. It's going to move a little to his right.
Rahm really grinding over this one. He really wants to finish this round off strong. 2 birdies in his last 2 holes would go a long way to him feeling even more confident going into tomorrow. Late afternoon tee time. He's hit a number of very good putts that have just burnt the edges.
And that's another one that burns the edge on the left side. Just the second par on the second 9 for Jon Rahm, as he'll finish his round with 5 birdies and 4 bogeys.
of those bogeys really were just a product of being out of position, not being able to get up and down. Just 2 of 6 on the day for scrambling from around the greens. 2 of 2 for bunker saves.
And coming into this one, Colony's 6 career rounds at Quail Hollow, never broken 70, and he fails to do it again here today. Hits 70 on the number, but still under par for the championship.
Great chance here. This is pretty flat putt. I don't see it doing a whole lot either. It would be really incredible for him to get to 4 under. That'd be the sneakiest 4 under of the day.
You mentioned also too the little bit of luck that he's had, a couple of fortuitous bounces, and sometimes you need that. You need those bounces to go your right way.
He was not a fan of that as soon as it came off the club.
Not at all.
He's hit some head scratches today with a couple of these putts. You know, as decent as he has putted today, there's been a couple that haven't even sniffed the hole.
That one I think was a little more of a misread. I think you're trying to see right to left, but that was pretty straight. The other ones were just either pulls or pushes.
So a solid 3 under par opening round. 68 for Matt Fitzpatrick. Just 2 bogeys on the card today. And Cantlay taps in. Very workman-like final 8 holes for him. 7 pars and 1 birdie to close it out, but it was that 3 over through his first 3 holes that really had him fighting for every swing the rest of the day. As our featured group completes their opening round. And we appreciate you joining us. It's Patrick in a tie for 7th right now. Jon Rahm 1 under par. Patrick Cantlay not out of it after 1 round, but has some work to do, that's for sure. He wants to make the cut tomorrow. Steven Yeager, Ryan Gerard 5 under, still out on the course. Donald Fox Smalley in with 67s. Keegan Bradley, Matt Fitzpatrick, Alex Noren, JT Poston, and a trio of others at 3 under. Jon Rahm sneaks onto the 2nd page. Steve Woo Kim, Ben Griffin, Harry Hall tied for 16th at 1 under par. Max Homa getting his round underway. He has had a lot of success at this golf course in his career. Feature groups continue all afternoon long. If you stay on this feed, in about 25 minutes, you'll get to watch Hideki Matsuyama, Wyndham Clark, and Tom Kim, as those 3 will tee off at 1:36 Eastern right here on ESPN+. We appreciate you joining us here at opening round coverage of the 107th PGA Championship. We had a lot of fun bringing it to you. We look forward to more golf this afternoon and tomorrow. For Colin Swatton, Joanna Coe, I'm Eric Rothman signing off from ESPN+.
perfect. He might be the nicest, most humble man I've ever been around in my entire life, ever. And he can play and teach.
You're okay for now.
I just heard in my ear they said they're not seeing audio from the coach,
Wait a
someone
minute.
said. I don't know why I heard that.
This thing fell out of my pocket, but I'm not too worried about it.
1 minute. There's batteries around. Grab both. 40 seconds.
I would love to get this thing on, but I'm not going to get it on.
Do you need help?
Got it. All right.
30 seconds.
The final countdown. Yeah.
I never smile this much ever.
I know. Honey, how was your week? Wonderful. That's so much fun.
15. Stand by. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6.
Welcome back. We are here at the PGA headquarters in Frisco. I'm joined by my friend Joe Hallett, who is going to be taking over for me this afternoon, giving you incredible instruction. But Joe, we were just talking about how some of these players really need to reset after their round, especially I'm thinking Patrick Cantlay. He did not have a great ball striking day. So how do you think he's going to be approaching his practice this afternoon?
Well, there's a couple of things. First of all, the best in the world don't hit it perfect all the time.
So
seen
true.
Great examples of that. And, you know, Patrick, who clearly hit it all over and everywhere on the golf course, he's just going to go to the range and go, can I keep it in this field? And now can I keep it in a certain part of the field? But this is something that players of high levels do. When they get done with their round, they actually do something called a cool down. And some players need to cool down more than others. I'm sure Patrick's got, you know, some steam coming out of his ears. But they go back to the range. If they haven't hit the ball good, they're not, especially the week of a major, they're not fumbling around looking for something. They're going to go to some basics. Do I narrow my stance? Do I stand taller?
Yeah.
If they've hit the ball good, they're just taking their body and they're bringing it right back down to the exact place that they started of. It's, in a weird way, it's the circle of golf. You know, you start here, you play, and then you come right back down there.
Yeah, so they know their tendencies. So if they've played well, they might just be continuing to work on whatever drill it is that they know they need to do in their swing to help them play their best. But they always go in practice. You don't see these guys hopping in the car and leaving right after they're done playing. So definitely something we could learn from these guys, right?
There's a purpose to it. Go reset yourself and be ready for tomorrow in a very calm mood.
Absolutely. We will have more from Quail Hollow after this break.
There we go.
There's Steve.
Hello, hello.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. You all right?
I was hearing an echo. I still do. Damn it.
Really?
I only hear myself echoing. Not you, not the truck.
Holy smokes. That's no good.
Let's see. Test, test, test. It's not there at the moment, so hopefully it stays that way.
Oh, good. Did you watch some golf this morning, I'm sure?
Oh, yes. Were we a little overzealous with the Rory storyline, or you think something magical's on the way?
Well, if he doesn't hit it any better than he hit it today, it's going to be a short tournament for him. I've never seen him hit it this poorly. I do, yeah. Skim, all right. I like that.
But
skim.
Guys,
Dude, step back.
Back up or
I'm
you
back. I'm back.
Step back.
I'm back. I took that video at 6:01 a.m. I was covering my first PGA Championship, and I was just starting my day. World #1 golfer Scotty Scheffler was just starting his day too.
Keep that hand back there. Sorry. What do we tell you? We're gonna tell you one more time. Go back on the sidewalk. One more time.
I'm just pulling to the golf course, like, you know, I'm playing. We didn't know that at the time, but you could tell pulling into the golf course that something crazy had happened. Just, you know, with the lights going on everywhere. It's raining, it's dark, and it's confusing and chaotic, and people are trying to figure out what's going on. And like, it's one of those things where when I see a police officer, I'm going to listen to them because they're the keepers of the peace.
It was early, it was dark, and it was rainy. It wasn't even clear until he was out of his car and in handcuffs right here that it was even Scotty Scheffler.
What do we do?
I'm staying back.
Here's the thing. Right now, he's going to jail. Okay? He's going to jail, and it ain't nothing you can do about it. Period.
One thing that I specifically remember was you trying to approach the police officers and say something like, hey, you know, I don't know what's going on, but something ain't right. Like, this is Scotty, he's playing in the golf tournament. Like, and you could just hear the tone in their voice that it went from just normal pulling into the golf course to a situation that was very serious for whatever reason it was.
Scotty Scheffler was detained by police this morning in handcuffs on his way to the golf course.
I did not know that he was a police officer, and that's why I was so scared. And he was hitting my car with his flashlight thing.
There are a few days as mayor that I will never forget, and this is certainly right up there. That morning I woke up to just a ton of text messages. I quickly saw that somebody had tragically died outside of Valhalla. Immediately jumped out of bed and called my chief of police. And as I was talking to her to just start learning what had happened, I was also seeing the other texts about the arrest of Scotty Scheffler as well. And I knew it was going to be a long day.
Sorry, man, I don't know what to do. Just trying to get in.
So I assume you're pretty good if you're playing in the PGA.
I'm all right now.
That was a heck of a way to wake up on Friday morning. My first call was to an attorney I knew and said, meet me at the jail. This has to be a misunderstanding. It just does not make sense. From what I know about Scotty Scheffler, the fact that he is being taken to jail still at this point doesn't compute with me. Everybody kind of went into problem-solving mode and tried to gather facts at that point.
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can will be used against you in court.
I get this ESPN notification on my phone, and it was like Scotty Scheffler arrested driving into Valhalla, and I was like, there is no way, like someone hacked ESPN.
Taylor Farrell and his brother-in-law are huge golf fans, and they were driving from Indianapolis to Valhalla when they heard the news.
I was like, man, how cool would it be if they put out like a mugshot of Scotty and we could put it on a shirt? And maybe 15, 20 minutes go by on our drive and notification that his mugshot was released. And so I start calling like every possible print shop I can find. I looked up and there was coincidentally a print shop right next to the hotel that my father-in-law and Cole were staying at. So I called her. I was like, hey, this is probably the weirdest request you're ever gonna get. How quickly can you make 2 t-shirts for me? I know Scotty's a fan of The Office, and so I figured he would get the reference here, and we just kind of went with it.
When is the first time that you see Scotty Scheffler after he's been arrested?
So Scotty gets out, and it's the first time I see him, and we're getting in the car, and my son was driving, and I was in the passenger seat, and Blake, his agent, and Scotty were in the back. Once we realized Scotty was going to play, my son said, "Well, did you get a chance to stretch?" And Scotty started laughing. He said, "Well, as a matter of fact, I did. I stretched in my jail cell." So that kind of got us laughing a little bit. But you can quickly see him turn into competitive mode. I mean, he was, you know, in short time was going to be teeing it up in a major championship.
By the time Scotty got back here to the clubhouse, this place was electric, and social media was taking off too, with two now infamous words: